flame. Fuego's unleashed, hear the battle cry, streaming through the night like a comet in the sky. He's got the moves, he's got the flair, in the world of the gamers, he's beyond compare. From Italy's shores, he's conquering the game. With laughter and skill, he's rising to fame. In the heat of the moment, he's never alone. With his crew in the chat, they're building a throne. He's dodging the trolls, he's leveling up. With a heart full of courage and a double shot cup. The pixels are flying, the stakes are high. Garagos is here, and he's ready to fly. Garagos unleashed, hear the battle cry, streaming through the night like a comet in the sky. He's got the moves, he's got the flair, in the world of the gamers, he's beyond compare. From Italy's shores, he's conquering the game. With laughter and skill, he's rising to fame. In the heat of the moment, he's never alone. With his crew in the chat, they're building a throne. He's dodging the trolls, he's dodging the trolls, he's leveling up. With a heart full of courage and a double shot cup. The pixels are flying, the stakes are high. In the realm of the gamers, he's beyond compare. Late night raids and epic quests, he's the hero we need in this gaming fest. With every sub and every like, he's building a legacy, ready to strike. Garagos unleashed, hear the battle cry, streaming through the night like a comet in the sky. He's got the moves, he's got the flair, in the realm of the gamers, he's beyond compare. So here's to the journey, the highs and the lows. With Garagos leading, the adventure only grows. In the world of the gamers, he's a shining star. Forever and always, he's our avatar. In the neon glow of the midnight screen, Garrigo steps in like a digital dream. With a mind so strong and a mouse in hand, he's the king of the pixels, the ruler of the land. From bizarre to the rim, he's taking the stage. With every click and every move, he's breaking the cage. The chat is alive, they're cheering his name. In the world of the gamers, he's igniting the flame. Garagos unleashed, hear the battle cry, streaming through the night like a comet in the sky. He's got the moves, he's got the flair, in the world of the gamers, he's beyond compare. From Italy's shores, he's conquering the game. With laughter and skill, he's rising to fame. In the heat of the moment, he's never alone. With his crew in the chat, they're building a throne. He's dodging the trolls, he's leveling up. With a heart full of courage and a double shot cup. The pixels are flying, the stakes are high.
Hello everyone, good afternoon and welcome back to the stream. So, today I wanted to try this new game called Citizen Sleeper, as the title suggests. And yep, this is a new one, Renegade, just for you. So at least for today, you can't you can't say that we are still playing this, but yeah, this is a new one. Now this game is from 2022. I never tried it before. I know that Citizen Sleeper 2 is already out, but I still thought it would be interesting to try, well, the first episode. Then if we like it, we might one day try the second one. Now this is supposed to be an RPG set in a sci-fi setting, and it should have a good story to follow. So I think the well, the possibilities are there for this to be a good one. So without further ado, let's just dive straight into this one. New game, yes, empty. Okay, we get to choose a character class. Operator. An operator works with drones and high-precision remote machines to perform complex tasks from a distance. Sleepers assigned to operator work are usually cerebral and precise people. Okay. Perk. Transfer intercept. Chance to gain cryo, which I have no idea what cryo is, on interface action. Okay, our skills are +1 interface, 0 engineer, -1 endure, use strength of will, intuition 0, engage 0. Or other classes. Extractor. Extractors work on resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and have a high level of endurance. Okay, so like a tank. Perk. Photosynthetic skin. Sunbathe dissection allows energy recovery at home. Again, I have no clue what that means. Or, yeah, there is a third class. The machinist. A machinist, or machinist, or machinist, I have no idea, repairs and modifies automated systems used in industrial resource extraction. Sleeper's agent assigned to machinist work are usually diligent, careful, and structured people. Perk. Efficient extractor. Chance to gain a random scrap item on engineer action. Of course, this bad boy here is good with engineering. Okay, so it seems we have 3 choices. So, an engineer, a tech whiz, digital, like a net runner from, if you want to use cyberpunk lingo, or the baseline chunky guy. What do you guys say? I would say either operator or engineer or machinist. Do you guys have any preference? I think the first two could work. I am less interested to go with the extractor for some reason. Again, keep in mind I know nothing of the game, so your guess is good as mine. I mean, digital interfaces, usually in a space sci-fi setting, you have plenty of occasions to, to do interface stuff. But also, for the very same reason, doing stuff with machines is also pretty confident. Now, if you wanna chime in, just type like one very very quick poll, like a 1 for machinist, or 2 for operator, or 3 for extractor, just by feeling, by gut feeling. Otherwise, I will pick, as usual. This is how we roll usually, like a very informal poll, and then we take him from there. Again, we're counting to 10. They're really fast and furious. So I would say like it's a 1, it's a 2, it's a 3, it's a 4, it's a 5, it's a 6, it's a 7, it's an 8, it's a 9, it's a 10. I'll tell you what, I will probably go with machinist. because I don't think I am particularly bothered by this -1 on engage. Even again, I have no idea how much value this could have. But let's do machinist or machinist, whatever. This guy, this dude. Let's go. We can always restart if we really don't like it. I mean. All right. The first thing you become aware on waking is the disconnect. The delay between thinking and feeling, between wanting to act and acting. Minor, almost imperceptible, but always present. Oh, this kind of reminds me of the first feeling I get. This reminds me of Disco Elysium, which is a good thing. It's at its worst when waking, when yourself has spent many dark hours recalling what it felt like to be real, to be a person, to be in a body that was indisputably yours. Let's think of the body. A leap into a cold lake on a hot day. I don't know, Renegade. I have no idea. I have no idea. You have to wait and see. The sting of blood welling from a fresh wound. The friction of a fingertip. All of a sudden, the memories are closer than you thought, blurring as you approach until you can't tell one from the other. The cold slips in, behind and around you, and the sensations fade out of reach. Perhaps you should be thankful for the drilled nature of this new body, given your current circumstances. The walls of the container feel immediately present, cold, hard, at your back and face, cramping your limbs. You resist the desire to stretch, knowing that the claustrophobia comes next, and retreat a little from your central nervous system. It isn't painful, not like you used to know pain, at least. In emergency mode, pain is a message, delivered with efficiency and ease, a reminder that harm is imminent. There is no insistent throb, no trembling nerves, just a warning, delivered with a banal quality of a digital notification. Right now, there are thousands of them. Remember the plan, remember the others. Remember the plan. You mostly remember that it wasn't a good plan, but then your options were limited. And once you got the itch to get out, by any means possible, it was either that plan or something much worse. It was at least simple. Collapse the shaft, drive away in the chaos, slip into cargo processing, seal yourselves into containers, then just hope the freighter left before you were missed. Some were lost in the shaft, others never found the meeting point. Only a few... always people bothering me. Go away. There. Only a few made it to the containers, but the freighter, as far as you know, left. That feels like enough. Enough to know that you might no longer be on that grim and heartless rock. Even if the airless hold of a freighter, you might freeze solid long before you reach any destination. Okay, let's try to rest. It seems reasonable. But you are restless. It's been a long time since you left. Surely weeks, maybe months. You are dully aware of damage to your legs, your right arm. You have been reserving energy as much as possible, but your body has still needed to shut down many of its systems to protect you. You have spent much of the time asleep, knowing that anything else would be impossible to endure. So it seems like we are like cyborgs or something. You feel the weight of that impossibility begin to gather. It is time to sleep again, to nudge this false body into inducing delta waves in your emulated mind, and once again recoil into a dream of when you were once a person. Time passes, the cold creeps further in. You feel something. Warmth. Not true warmth, but the indication of its presence. Your joints release from their rigor. Sounds, too, everywhere, screeching and shimmering so loud that your body ducks your hearing to protect its sensors. We are definitely a cyborg. Then light, white as the coal, softer and softer, until in a haze of dirty yellow a figure appears. You are out. Okay. Dragos, pragmatic salvager. Okay, so we are on a space station, I suppose, of some kind. Yeah, I guess so. Dragos. It's been a few hours since Dragos pulled you from the container. You sit huddled in a corner of his scrapyard, swaddled in the reflective folds of a mylar blanket. You are slowly coming back to consciousness, back to life, and you stare at the ornately curving element of an improvised heater. You are surrounded by angular, incoherent lumps of ships, some corroded beyond recognition, others still carrying glassy wounds along their edges, where a plasma arc sliced them apart. As you trace their shapes with fogged eyes, you hear a voice. So, Sleeper, you all thawed yet? Almost. Never seen one of you come in like this. New frames must have better perseverance in Sub-Zero back. See more than a few of you frozen solid to hull plates or inside out of the locks in my time. They weren't so lucky. Dragos comes into focus, shrouded in makeshift tech. His headset, with his glinting eyes, the mark of a drone operator. On his shoulder, one of his symbiotically linked drones perches, its irising eye looking you with an unflinching stare. Hello. Last living sleeper that came through this yard was a while ago. They didn't last long. You struggle to read his expression beneath the tech, but he seems lost in memory for a moment. Or perhaps he's just figuring out what to do with you. Okay, what happened to them? Ignores your question. I won't ask what led you to do it. Sell yourself to a corporation. And I suppose you know you can't go back. Your old body, that's theirs now, and you are just software. A rogue emulation, illegally possessing corporate property. Okay. You nod along. You remember biometrically signing the forms. The cold floor on your feet as you padded to the sleeper cells. The promise of a life off-world, but as you do, you get the now familiar sensation that these aren't your memories. These are things you know, but not things you feel. You are no longer that person. You are an offshoot, a copy. Okay, so we were once a human. We sold our body to a corporation, and now we are a cyborg, I guess. What you won't know is what's ahead. At least the last one didn't. There's no easy way to put it. That body of yours is falling apart. It's the same for any sleeper who makes it out. S and ARP wants to protect their property, but if they can't keep hold of you, well then no one can. You remember that too, or at least rumors of it from the other sleepers. Planned obsolescence. A built-in dependence on the regularly administered supplements that were part of your routine. Stop taking them and your body begins to shut down, separate from your emulated mind. How long has it been? How long do you have? But for now, Sleeper, you are one of the lucky ones. Dragos glances up and away towards the glassy dome of the yard. The eye is the best place you could be right now. The eye? The station. You'll see soon enough. Dragos impatiently shifts his weight. Look, I got things to be getting on with, he trails off. There's an old freight container I've been using as storage out in the stacks. We haven't been pulling in much valuable scrap these days, so you're welcome to it. Something wells up inside of you. Emotion. Fatigue. You shakily get to your feet. Alright. You head up. You head on up there. You look like you need some rest. And with that, Dragos stalks back into the racks. his drones already converging on a rusty hulk, plasma flashes silhouetting his spindly figure as he returns to work. Okay, tutorial. Welcome to Erlin's Eye. Thank you. Life on the Eye runs in cycles, during which you can talk to characters, explore areas of the station, and perform actions. At the end of each cycle, see, there are actions. You perform actions. Even though I suppose those are not the type of actions you were expecting. At the end of each cycle, you need to head to your current home to rest. Resting will move time forward on to the station. Head to the empty container location to rest and end the cycle now. Select location by clicking on the icon. Okay. Empty container. Okay, this is our character. Okay, there are upgrade points like experience points. Okay. Okay, so cryo was the most money, basically. Okay. Good to know. And there's nothing else we can do for now. We have to go to sleep. And the cycle. And the cycle. You wake curled up in the corner of the container and begin slowly assembling the world around you. After all this time, you still find this body, the one you wake in now, strange and disjointed. Its messages readable, but somehow wrong. You sit up, pulling the mylar blanket close against the cold. Here you are, on this ruined station, millions of miles from anyone you know. Are you still in the system? Did any of the others make it out? It's impossible to know. After all this, what matters? Escape? Getting answers? Building a life? I believe that building a life is important. I mean, getting answers is not necessarily always the best choice. Escaping? Maybe. Not building a life. Maybe you did get lucky, find yourself here. Maybe here, on the edge of everything, there's a life for you to build. But before you can build anything, you'll need to learn to survive. Maybe if you can do that, you can make a life for yourself. Dragos has left a few comforts in the container, the mylar blanket, the bedroll you slept on, a canister of water, a makeshift electric stove, and some faded sachets of some desiccated powder. You thumb the power stud on the stove and begin to boil the water. The contents of the sachets smell like damp wood, and you sprinkle them into the liquid. As the pungent smell washes over you, images from your restless sleep come back toward you. A ring, like the station, but skeletal and ghostly. A web of threads pulling at your skin. A constellation of bright polygonal shapes, like angular suns, burning into your mind. There's something unpleasantly visceral about those images, and it's long after you finish drinking before they begin to fade. You tidy away the stove as best you can and try to gather enough energy to greet the day. Okay. So, one is condition. Your condition represents the current state of your artificial body. It depletes it by one segment each cycle, but can also be damaged by violence, injury, or lack of food. If your condition bar empties, you will suffer a breakdown. You'll have to figure out how to recover your condition now that you no longer have access to corporate pharmaceuticals that were keeping you alive. Nice. Action dice. At the start of each cycle, you roll your action dice. These dice can be used to perform actions on the station. The number of dice rolled is based on your current condition. The worse your condition, the fewer dice you have. Once you have used your dice, you cannot take any further actions and must rest to recover them, ending the cycle. Okay. Energy. You also need to eat to survive. This is represented by your energy bar. You can refill your energy bar by eating, but first you'll have to find somewhere to get food. Your energy depletes by 2 segments each cycle. If it becomes empty, you will be starving. When starving, energy loss becomes condition loss, and your condition will also deplete at double rate per cycle. Okay, gotcha. So we need to find food. Hey, rat burgers, anyone? So we have a 6, a 4, a 6, and a 1. Okay. Dragos is standing in the corridor when you close up the container. He's still wearing his headset, and in the harsh light of the corridor you realize it is implanted. A drone sits on his shoulder, its cache of sensor eyes rapidly inspiring. How are you feeling? Not great, honestly. We're not feeling great. The drone chirps. Dragos nods. You notice that beneath the operator's rig, his skin is marked by burns and blotches. I know the container isn't much, but it'll keep you safe. He pauses. So, I'm not going to chit-chat too long. You well enough to work? Sure. Alright. At the yard, it's simple stuff. We hack these holes down, sell them off to the shipyards of the bright market dealers for cryo. Occasionally we pull out some tech, something with a bit more value, but most of what comes in is scrap. It's hard to find good hands here, but I figure as a sleeper, you'll be used to the manual labor. And obviously, I'll slip you a few chits of commission based on what you turn up. Okay, that's money. Chits. Yeah, it's money. He shuffles his feet nervously. Look, I wouldn't usually do this. In my opinion, you'd be best suited moving on as quick as you can, and sleepers, well... But things were being the way they are for me at the yard. I need the help. Okay, why? Things are a little tight, that's all. I owe a little cryo to a client here or there. He pauses, thinking of something else to add. Look, just come down to the yard when you're feeling fresher. That's plenty to do. Okay. He nods distractedly and turns and walks away, the drone hopping along ahead of him. See you later, he calls back. Looks like it's time to get to work. Okay. So far, that's the only available location, as far as I can tell. So yeah, I guess we go to work. No, there's a low-end gate. Let's go to the scrapyard. Tutorial, actions, part 1. Actions are the primary way you interact with the world of Citizen Sleeper. To perform an action, click and drag your chosen action dice to the slot. Okay. Actions reward you with clock progress, energy, condition, or items, depending on their outcome. There are 3 types of outcome. Positive, the action goes better than expected. Neutral, the action succeeds. Negative, the action fails. Action dice affect these outcomes as follows. So a 6 is 100% positive, just like a crit, guaranteed crit. A 5 is 50 chance positive, 50 neutral. 3 and a 4, 25, 50, 25. And 1 and 2, 50-50. Okay. This is an interesting mechanic. You don't roll, you roll dice beforehand, and then you assign them. Okay. Type, either critical or repeatable. Critical actions can only be performed once. Risk, either safe, risky, or danger. Safe, no loss of condition, energy, or cryo. Risky, negative outcome means cryo or energy loss. Danger, negative outcome means condition loss. Neutral outcome can mean cryo or energy. I don't know. I don't know. We're still literally doing the tutorial. Skill. The skill that this action requires. Either engineer, interface, endure, intuit, or engage. Modifier. This is added to the action dice when slotted and improves its value. Okay. It might be, though. I'll be honest, it might be old text. Okay. So this is risk. Like, for example, this is a 100% positive result on a risky thing. Oh, we only get to pick one. Okay. If you put a 4, it's a 50-50, despite the +1. Let's go for a full success on the risky action. Start the action. Okay, actions often progress clocks. Clocks are displayed below the actions that fill them, and they track your actions and how they affect the world. Filling a clock means something, good or bad, is about to happen. So yes, it might be mostly text. Some clocks, such as the one tracking Gregos' depth, are cycle clocks. These clocks tick themselves once each cycle, and can complete without player input. Any active cycle clocks will be displayed on the icon for that location. Okay. 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 To another guaranteed positive action. Survive. Find a doctor. In Citizen Sleeper, you will unlock drives as you discover more about yourself and the world. Drives guide you in pursuing specific objectives depending on which path you wish to take. You can track drives, and any tracked drive will place a yellow marker on location that will help you pursue your goal. Okay, this is like the quests. Okay. Use the mouse wheel or W and S to scroll along the station. Rotate with the indie. Good luck. Okay. Okay. Okay, we got some money and we helped this location. Now we want to go Repray Dragos. Survive. I like survive. Let's go find a doctor. Doc C4. Doc B2. Rotunda. Shipyard. Okay. Find doctor. This, maybe. Helium crossing. Merchants willing to run the gauntlet on the alien system are rare, but those who do always return, eventually. Another dock. Salvage sortie. Okay. I really want a doctor. How do I find the doctor? Oh, this. Bright Market. Critical action. Ask for direction. Okay, this is where I needed to save my 6 for, I suppose. Especially because this is dangerous. Let's use up a 4. This is critical, this is repeatable. Also, we have a -1 on this because our engage sucks. Neutral, +1 knowledge. Okay. And the 1, I honestly don't want to. It's a 50% chance of doctor. It's a 50% chance of failure. You shuffle down the flickering hallway towards the open apartment door. You keep your head down and your shoulders high in the queue, trying not to bring attention to yourself. You are thankful for the tip-off that the doctor was operating out of this place. Now that you're here, you aren't so sure. The gang enforcer on the door, the flickering light strips, the decaying hab block, they have all made the long queue a test of your nerve. But your options are few, and without a supply of stabilizer, this body, your body, will... You suppress a shiver and shuffle forward to the front of the queue. You try to find yourself... You try to find something to distract yourself. Let's look at the enforcer. Intimidate, threaten, and carry out those threats. Okay. His broad shoulders are framed with a metal exoskeleton. A couple of mirror-like implants sit below his eyes like mercury teardrops. Subsidiary sense input or aesthetic markers, you aren't sure. You also aren't familiar with the geometric blade-like tattoo on his arm, but you make a note of it. You avert your eyes when he looks back at the cube. After a few moments, a figure pushes through the doorway and you can catch a distant voice. Send the next one in, Toshiro. Like Toshiro Mifune. The enforcer jerks his head and as you slip inside, passing through the dark entryway and pushing through the plastic sheeting on the far door. The room beyond is bathed in warm light. A floor-to-ceiling transparent panel gives a full view of the Bright Market steel roof and the buzzing traffic above, and, for a moment, you are transfixed by the motion. Sabine, the doctor. Come sit. Okay. The figure turns and, as they do, you see an expression of confusion flash across their features. They open their mouth as if to speak, they blink, and quickly regain their composure. Please sit. They gesture to the bed, then turn to an open case of tools on the table. You sit. Sabine turns a compact diagnostic scanner of some kind in their hand. They hold it to their eye. Remain still, please. Their tone is clipped and businesslike. You stare ahead, still dazed from their expression when you first entered. Fear, recognition, sadness, unmistakably etched across their face. How long have you been on the station? A few cycles. It's good you came to me. They set the diagnostic scanner on the table. I'm going to start by assuming you don't know anything. They take your arm and roll up your sleeve, inspecting your synthetic skin. Your body's dying. They say it without ceremony, without drama, but not without empathy. SNR doesn't like to see its proprietary technology let loose. To prevent bodies like yours, frames, as they call them, from being stolen, repurposed, or, in your case, escaping, they built in a process of so-called planned obsolescence. Frames decay rapidly when not regularly injected to stabilizer, one which SNR remains the sole producer of. Sound familiar? Yes. You never lied to the good doctor. Good. That may help. They swab to your other arm, running some thin metal device over your skin. You feel your forearm tremble. I'm sorry, Sabine says, and you are unsure if they mean for the cold touch of the metal or everything else. Emulations like you, sleepers, as most people know you, aren't classified as people in any of the surrogate systems. You have no rights, no status. They focus hard on the inspection of your arm, and SNARP has no reason to release stabilizer into the market. Great news. Sabine looks up as if to apologize again, but they stop themselves. I know little of this is of use to you. They turn away, disassembling the metal instrument and cleaning it. Silence fills the room as Sabine works, and then the silence gives way to tension. You stare at their back, willing them to say something, anything. Sabine turns. I may be able to help, they sigh, and you see the darkness under their eyes. Hear the fatigue in their voice. They gesture to the door. So far it looks like we are in a kind of Blade Runner-esque scenario where we are the cyborgs, the replicants. You saw Toshiro outside. He works for my benefactor, Yatagan. They are influential in the low end. They give me the space to work, run the door, and take the profits. At the same time, I have to fix up their enforcers, tend to their implants, sew up their wounds. But Yatagan has connections, smugglers from the Starward Belt, mercenaries working for the corporations on Ember. If they can source the stabilizer, maybe you'll have a better chance. Sabine sets down their slate, their notes complete. This is dangerous, and it'll be expensive. But I think we can do it. Why help me, Sabine? I mean, thank you, but why? Sabine walks away to the window, their face dappled by the shadows of passing drones. Let's just see if this works first. I'll let you know when I have a lead. You nod and leave. Sabine is still staring out, unmoving. When you reach the lower level of the market, you look back up through the panels of the roof to see if you can see their face, but the room looks dark against the lights of the market. You duck your head and walk off in the crowd. Okay, wait for Sabine to acquire the stabilizer. Okay. So this is safe, so there should be no real risks. Even we have a 50% chance of failure, basically. But even if we do, there should be no consequences. A neutral outcome, so a success. Huge. But we are out of dice, which means that we are out of actions, which means that we need to end the cycle. Okay. So we go back home. Did we make any XP? No. We end the cycle. This time you don't wake up. Instead, the ghost of the station, that shifting skeletal ring, surrounds you. For a moment you're gone, absent from your own body, stretched out across a colorless void. Then the connections begin to establish themselves, threads tugging on the edge of your mind. Unclear. These threads become vectors of exchange and then extensions as you feel your thoughts slipping away down them, dissolving. I mean, we literally just spent the first day, so maybe there are aliens. You see the station. No, you feel the station, like a web of texture in smooth black liquid. Touch it. You find a point in the station, you connect to it, pulse through it, follow loops and paths under and around it. You touch more points than you have fingers, and then you try, in a moment of impulsiveness, to connect them. The flow passes through you so rapidly that you feel yourself being carried with it, splitting and separating, adding and gathering. As you do, things occur to you, things that you can't possibly know. You reach out, try to grasp them, try to touch them too. You notice a tugging feeling pulling at you insistently, as if it were a small child. Somehow it is pulling in two directions at once. You look down. All of a sudden, everything shuts off. You come back trembling into this unfamiliar body, but yours and not yours, all at once. You find yourself standing in the container, eyes now open to the dark steel walls. You feel a change within you, a shift. You close your eyes for a second, and you feel it waiting there. The stations played out across your mind, a storm of connected nodes waiting to be explored. And then it's gone. Okay, so we have we have very good dice, but less dice. That's not good. Okay, time is passing here passively. So we don't need to do anything here. What is this? Low end toll, 60 Creole. We don't have the money, okay. Bright market. Okay, we can try and blow a 6, which again goes down to a 5, so maybe we can just blow a 5. No, because a 5 goes down to a 4. Yeah, I will blow my 5 because I don't want to, I need not to fail, I think. Let's do this. It's a critical action. We can only do this once. Okay, it was neutral. Okay, and we finish this part. Whatever that means. New drive discovered. Plus drive. What does that mean? We have one upgrade point. Huge. Oh, okay. No. No, we have no, never mind. We have no upgrade points. 0 upgrade points. I don't know what the drive is, what that means. Shipyard. Assist the shipbuilder. Haul materials. So if I put a 5, it's upgraded to a 6 because we are engineers. Okay. Now, I need to know how to eat. This we can't do actions. Here we can't do actions. The only action we can do is at the scrapyard. We can use the 5 to turn it into a 6 for guaranteed crit. I suppose we have to finish this cycle before this. It's my assumption. And we are out of everything. I just need to figure out how to eat. You aren't finished with this cycle. Complete active scenes to proceed. Okay. What's an active scene? Ooh, food. Yummy. Amphis is busy, his broad face uplit by the makeshift gas burner in front of him. With precise, delicate movements, he lays thick chunks of marinated fungus into a dented wok, his other hand idly tossing a metal bowl of sliced vegetables and some red fleckled dressing. The smell is incredible. You watch as he fulfills a set of orders, heaping the fungus with a bright salad and depositing it in plastic trays. A stack of chits rattles in his apron pocket as customers file past the burner, handing over payment. Watch. Despite the queue, Amphis doesn't rush. He dresses each portion individually, squeezing precise slugs of liquid from an assortment of bottles into the bowl of torn leaves and bright slices before tossing them loosely together. Occasionally, a waiting customer might mutter something about efficiency, but Amphis remains steady in his process. After a while, the queue fades back into the crowd, and Amphis sets down his metal bowl and looks up across the burner to see you watching him. Can I feel your eyes burning a hole in my bowl? Free sample? Hell yeah. Me loves free samples. He gestures neatly. Come over. The smell is almost unbearably strong as he cooks, the earthiness of the fungus laced with something so spicy, the smoke makes your eyes water. The heat from the burner is like a bonfire, and your skin hardens in its glare. I know you sleepers, Amphis says while he cooks, his voice deep but clear. A hard life, a lot of stories. He glances up from beneath his cap with piercing eyes. I know. Let's tell him a story. We pay with stories. You begin to tell him about your journey to the eye, and he nods as he cooks, his eyes never leaving his work. You tell him of the confusion, the pain, but also the sense of possibility and its sudden arrival. You tell him of the cold and dark of the container and the endless cycle spent within it. Now it seems you tell him, like some dream that you once had but can never forget. You tell him that the eye excites you and scares you, and you are unsure where to walk, where to look, what to do. Eventually, you tail off, running out of words. He places a plastic tray of steaming fungus in your hand. Next time, we can talk some more, but next time, you pay. He slams a heavy hand against the bottom of the burner's side and it shuts off. The roar of the flames and its impressive heat fades. Hello, Agent. Welcome. How are you doing today? Next time then, sleeper. He waves you away and begins to oil the wok. Before you turn back to the alley, you notice the geometric patterns of circular scars across his forearms, each surrounded with a constellation of glinting pin marks. You walk away, and as you do, you take a bite of the rich, spicy, delicately sweet fungus. Your taste sensors light up like a fusion reactor. You'll be back. Oh, delicious. New drive discovered. I suppose drive means location. So today, basically, Agent, we are kind of playing like, imagine Blade Runner, like we are the replicants, give or take. Now, we need to recover condition. We have energy, we need condition. Ort exchange. Okay. Play the exchange, sell components. We have no components. Okay, no, we can't do shit here. We don't have the money to go there. We need to wait for the good doctor. Okay, repeatable action, order fungus. for 15 cryo. And apparently, the more we go there, the more we become repeat customers. Oh, but I have no action, no dice left. Okay, so no actions. So I have to go back to sleep. Yes. Okay, we end the cycle. And tomorrow we only have 3 actions. Because our condition sucks. Okay, again, the skeletal ring of the station fills your mind. It sparkles with glittering lights, like stars reflected in a winter lake. It is clearer, crisper than before. The threads still pull, but you remain in place, flickering in the flow. Between the threads, you see bright shapes, caches of shimmering light beneath transparent crystal forms. You follow the path of a thread across the ring, through these forms, then leap off into the void. We are this eye is the space station we are currently in. We don't know much about it yet. We have this weird connection with the station, but it's unclear. You begin to understand these nodes and connections, a map of information, of communication. There are so many layers, so many loops, that it seems almost impossible to parse. But you begin to try. Okay, threads or nodes? I think we focus on the nodes first, and then eventually the threads. The nodes are glassy, bright, but in all this flow, the only solid and fixed points. You approach one, a pyramid or a triangle, dimensions are difficult here, and lean close to it. Inside, shifting layers conceal a tangle of threads, a meeting point of exchange. But before you can glimpse any further, the glass clouds and hardens, cutting you off. The threads and nodes, passages and puzzle boxes, one leads to another. There is so much here, so many answers, so many questions. All you need to do is follow the paths and open the boxes. You look out across this ghost landscape of exchange and see an opportunity. But then, that insistent tugging again, pulling at you. You look down again and see 2 lines, 2 threads pulling in different directions, as if they were tied around you. The first or the second? I literally have no idea what difference this could make. I will go with the second, just on a whim. The second thread leads in, pulling deep into the station. Your gaze follows it, and this time you see something, a sphere shimmering above a strange, angular body. A pulse shoots out from it, passing over you like a torch beam, testing you, tasting you. Creepy. The first thread leads out, away from the station, into the inky black. Someone out there is tracking you, hunting you, following the thread to you. They are in a ship, and the ship is approaching ever closer with each cycle. Because basically we are like cyborgs, and we are fleeing from an evil corporation. Oh, we have 3 6s. Hunted. Yeah. Okay, so we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cycles before something or someone is coming for us. Something has changed inside of you. You can now access the data cloud of the eye, a network of decaying protocols and data cache. While there, you can use dice and items to access systems and extract data. But be careful, these networks are old and strange. Click the I button at the top of the screen to toggle this view on and off. Okay. Let's try. Key node. have an edge agent. Hey, agent! Solheim Gate. Keynode. Have an edge agent. Keynode. Keynode. Let's go for an agent, in your honor. Have an edge gate. This. Let's go to this guy. Hey, Nicholas. Good afternoon. Tutorial. Data actions. Data actions allow you to extract data from the networks of the eye. They work like dice actions, but in order to unlock them, you must match your dice to the one displayed on the right of the action. If you have a +1 or +2 modifier in the interface skill, you will be given more possible dice to match. Ah, okay. So, we have only 6s, so we can't complete this sequence. Not even if we wanted. This needs a 1. Now, because... So, the game works like this. At the start of each game cycle, or turn, or day, you are given a number of dice, randomly, I assume, rolled. It's a weird game. It kind of reminds me of Disco Elysium a little bit. We are basically it's called Citizen Sleeper. We are like cyborgs. We escaped from an evil corporation. We have no real memory, but we were once a human, and we like sold our body to this corporation, and now our mind is like in the body of a cyborg, which is decaying though, and we have to find a way to stabilize the decay. And so basically the game works. This is our physical condition, okay, like our hit points. This is our energy, and these are dice, 6-sided dice, and at the start of each turn, each dice is rolled and can be either 1 through 6. And whenever we interact with a location, now in certain locations there are actions we can do that cost us dice, and depending on the dice we use, example, we are in this location, we can do these actions. Okay, this action is repeatable. We can do that over and over and over. This uses the engineering skills. We have a +1. This one uses the endure skill. We have no modifier. So basically, depending on the number of the dice you put inside, it can give you like an likely failure, but if you're up to a 6, you have 100% crit chance, so a full success. If you put a lower number, which I can't show you right now because we only rolled 3 6s, you have like a chance to do a normal success, or you have a chance of failure, give or take. Now we are gonna do this mission, which will allow us to complete this like little challenge, kind of. And I have no idea what happens because I literally just started playing it. So, for example, we do this action. We use up one of our dice. We get a success. We finish the round, and we get some money, some credits. Now I have no idea what happens when we have finished the wheel. I suppose it will unlock something. Yes. Okay. This is an NPC we already met. He's a guy that kind of helped us. You arrive into a buzz of activity at the yard. Red blinking lights flash across a vast dark shape suspended below the dome. They flicker across scorched hull plates and bent structures, spilling from holes in the twisted shape. The cutter is huge, and it's being torn apart in some violent encounter. She's a beauty, isn't she? Drago stands to the side, focused on the hulking ship as it is lowered into the yard. I mean, you don't say to a scavenger that a ship is not beautiful. She's beautiful. I should thank you. This place was in its last legs when you turned up, and now look at this. The ship descends slowly, its interior visible through multiple hull breaches. I'll show you in a second. I'll show you in just a second. I can't access my character screen from this scene. The ship descends, its interior visible. You struggle to gather the same enthusiasm as Dragos for this monstrous craft. You can't help but think of what became of its crew. Okay, so what happened? Yeah, we have a character. I mean, we had 3 options when we started the game. 3 characters to choose from. And I picked one basically at random, just out of gut feeling. What do you mean? I managed to convince our salvager friends to give it to me on credit. That's what happened. No, to the ship. Not my concern, he shrugs. The ship creaks like a calving iceberg as it reaches the base of the yard. Dragos is visibly excited. I know you said you shouldn't stick around, but I'm gonna need some help with this one. The drones start to crawl over the hulk, their lights illuminating flashes of dented hull. Watching, you wonder if you arrived in a similar fashion. Locked inside that container, the wreck of the SNR freighter lowered into the yard like a corpse ready to be butchered. SNR is the name of the corporation that basically builds the body our consciousness is currently living in. Or was the container delivered to Dragos on its own, a womb for your rebirth into this strange station? You shudder. Perhaps, if you could learn something about this ship, you might be able to trace the path that led you to this yard. Drago squeezes your shoulder. After these past cycles, I think we're up to it. What do you think? You see the fading name of the ship, emblazoned on the side, Winterlight. Let's do it. He claps you on the back. Glad to hear it. Come back in a few and we can make a start. A real beauty, Dragos repeats, perhaps just to himself. You take one last look at the shattered ship as the drones start cutting and then slip out the yard, feeling suddenly cold in the empty passage. Okay, we got one upgrade point. Now I will show you the character screen. You've completed your first drive. Each drive completed unlocks an upgrade point to spend on upgrading your character. Access your character menu, blah blah blah. Okay, so this is our character. This is how we look like. This is our character. Now, this is kind of similar in concept, again, to Disco Elysium. So there are 5 stats: Engineer, Interface, Endure, Intuit, and Engage. You start the game with 1 skill at a +1 and 1 with a -1. They change, of course. Do you have any avatar in 3-dimensional space? Not so far. So far, it's been text only. But I don't know if later on we will have a physical avatar. Probably not, possibly not, but I don't know. I have no idea. And now we get to spend an upgrade point to make our character better. So, for example, we could either get rid of the -1 in Engage, or we could unlock 1 special ability in one of these three skills, which eventually open up the possibility of getting a +1, or we can save up the point and go for like a second upgrade that eventually leads to a +2. And honestly, I have no idea. Self-repair, use scrap components at home to repair condition. So far we have no scraps. Interface, chance to gain cryo. Cryo are money on the interface actions. Icebreaker, agent nodes give double data rewards. Endure, photosynthetic skin. Sunbath, dissection allows energy recovery at home. Okay. Or predictive reasoning, dissections display potential positive and negative outcomes, which could lead on to instant karma. Reroll all your dice once per cycle. Or engage, blah blah blah. So I have no idea what to do. We can get, I mean, I don't dislike the idea of getting rid of a -1 to the action. I have no idea how many total levels are there in the game. I can only assume that you are not able to max everything out. But given that, yeah, I don't like the idea of having a -1. Yeah, I will upgrade this. Now we are average at everything, and then we focus one or more skills to become better at. Okay, so we finished that cycle, that drive. Now we are waiting for this drive to complete. And basically these work passively. Like with each cycle, they gain 1 step. And this is something we are waiting for that should help us recover some of our condition. Now we need to go back and eat. Okay, we gain 3 energy. Oh, but it costs no dice. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, okay. Now, there was another location where we were gaining here. Where we were gaining stuff. Okay, for example, yeah, in this case it doesn't make a difference because we have a 6 plus 1 is still a 6, and this is the same. Now the fact that below the dice slot, if it's danger, it means that if you fail the action, you take like condition damage and possibly lose credits and energy. If it's risky, there is a lesser chance of loss, and if it's safe, even if you fail the action, it's no big deal. I will go here simply because it's a guaranteed success. I don't think it makes any difference. It should always, you know, progress this drive, which it does. We have plus 1 energy. Okay. If you do well, and when their shift is up a couple of hands, invite you to share a ration pack and some of their well-worn advice. Oh, okay. And another one. Okay. Now we are out of dice, which means that we can do no further actions, and we have to go back home and finish the cycle, and basically like passing the day, or yeah, like it's like passing the day, basically. Okay, now for example here. Okay, this means that we are on a clock, so we have to complete these drives before this timer runs out. Okay. Okay. So I probably shouldn't have wasted all those sixes there, but you know, hindsight. Also, there is people hunting us, so we are also on a timer ourselves. Every cycle we lose some energy, we lose some condition, because we are getting weaker and weaker by the day, because our body is programmed to constantly fail unless you replenish its energy. See, today we rolled a 5, a 1, and a 3. As you close up, a voice echoes down the corridor towards you. As you close up, Sleeper, wait up. Okay, let's turn. Fang is coming down the corridor towards you, a wonky grin on his broad face. Hey, glad I caught you. You know, it's not a design fault. It's literally made up this way so the company that owns the body of the robots, of the cyborgs, is the only one who has the technology to fix it. So it's all done on purpose. Playing Terra, 10 persuasion base evangelist, huge. At the beginning especially is rad. You stack up all your persuasion on him and he will hand you the world. That's very nice. Untouchable, beloved, martyr, quick learner as well, you lucky bastard. Quick learner will go a long way. Having a quick learner in the starting lineup, oh, that's fine. Addict is no big deal. In the meantime, do we know you? Very nice found. I mean, we know from yesterday that you can be addicted to lots of things and still perform well, so okay, what does Fang want? You staying in that thing? Rough. Can be hard to get a start on the eye. He looks away down the passage. What was it old Erling said? The eye opens for us all. Nice idea, but well, not always very practical. We do our best. Erling. Who is Erling? You pass together into the main walkway. No one has told you about Erling? He's the founder of this place. That's why it bears his name. Heaven Age should organize some seminars. Not really my department though. I'm with systems. Okay. This little bit of plot exposition. Heaven Age? Think of us as the administrative association for the Eye. Depending on who you talk to, we either emerge as a response to or as a continuation of Andre Erling's original union. Personally, I avoid the topic. He stops you in the quiet passage. Look, that's not what I'm here to discuss. I've been seeing some unusual network activity, and well, I know a little about you sleepers. I have a small proposition for you, but this is not a place for it. I have an office just across the way. Give me a cycle or two to prepare, then, when you're settled, stop by. In truth, I need you. If what they say is true about you sleepers, well, there's work to be done. He pats you on the back, his voice bright and his dark look suddenly gone. Stay clean, sleeper. He walks off the passage, raising a hand in farewell. Okay. So buy a vial of stabilizer from the medic. Because again, technically stabilizer is a thingy that should allow us to recover this bar condition. Because the higher our condition, the more dice we have in our pool, and again, the more dice we have, the more actions we can do. So it's like imperative to have high condition. Okay, let's go back to the good doctor, Sabine. The first thing you see on entering is the glint of Toshiro's implants. Toshiro is the enforcer, like the bodyguard. Like a cat's eye in the dark of the corridor. He nods you in as you arrive at Sabine's door. The entryway is still dark, and you push through the sheetings into the surgery. I have it. Sabine stands with a case open in front of him. A set of vials lined up inside, separated by foam inserts. They pick one up, rotating it in the warm light. I have no idea how Yagatan. We should treat this with caution. It looks authentic, but I have no idea if it really is what it appears to be. Okay, in 30 words. Disco Elysium-like. We seemingly are Blade Runner replicants, trying to figure out where we are as we flee. I didn't keep count of the words. But it's and I'm saying this is pseudo Disco Elysium because it's very story heavy. Yeah, seemingly so. We started literally 1 hour ago, so it's early to tell. But yeah, it's very seems very, very story driven. And the game system works around dice. So you have every day you have a pool of dice. And the weird thing is that you don't roll them to see if your actions succeed, but you choose which dice to use. The higher the dice, the better the possible outcome. So it's a weird system, but interesting. And this is our condition. I do remember Storytelling 20, even though I never really read the rules. But so far, it seems interesting. Again, it's very, very story heavy. So lots of interaction, more than just shoot. So far, but it's just been 1 hour, so it's early to tell. You just try not to kill anyone at the meeting if you can. Ah, okay. This is slightly different. The game has cycles. Imagine it of turns or days, and every day you randomly roll your dice, and you need to finish all the dice doing actions before you can call the end of the cycle. But yeah, it's not too dissimilar. The only other slight difference is that, like, a 6 guarantees a full success. Everything that is not a 6 still has a chance of being like a full success, just a normal success, etc. So it's like you roll dice and then there is a second dice roll, but you can sort of manipulate it, give or take. Okay, let's subject ourselves to testing. Easy peasy. That's super easy. Now you know that usually I like to when I do role play, I like to have super perceptive characters. You know, just to, at least in a fantasy, be rewarded for high perception. You know, because it's an ego trip. It's like living a fantasy. Yeah, exactly. Now, I guess how it would feel to actually have perception. A man can dream, right? So let's test the weird medication. I'm assuming it works, because if it doesn't, it's gonna be game over soon. The stabilizer works under a similar principle to an immunosuppressant in a transplant operation, in that it stops your body from rejecting the unfamiliar part of itself. Okay, I'll bring you an orange. Be safe. Ciao. In case of your frame, the unfamiliar part is each of your biosynthetic organ groups, which over time are identified by your body as foreign material and therefore must be eliminated. Sabine holds up a vial of the would-be stabilizer. However, unlike an immunosuppressant, the stabilizer doesn't do this by limiting your entire immune system. Instead, it re-encodes your biosynthetic organs with new protein chains, which act as passcodes within your immune system. They are losing me. The stabilizer refreshes those passcodes, keeping your frame from rejecting all of its own organs. Okay. I get the general idea. It's a little bit of technobubble to say that basically we don't self-destruct ourselves, give or take. Which means the stabilizer should be able to encode any organic or biosynthetic matter to be accepted by your immune system. Okay. At least if the stabilizer is genuine. The only way to know for sure is to inject the vial. I will start with a small dose to limit the risk. Okay, we don't question the good doctor, because, yeah, we don't have choices. It's not a choice. It's either we do this or we just simply crumble away. So let's do it. Sabine cracks the glass neck of the stabilizer vial and uses a syringe to extract a fraction of the liquid. They tap the syringe and you watch as if any sign might emerge from the clear liquid. You barely feel the needle, your frame registering the initial injection, but with little response. A sensation begins to spread from the site, a fizzing, trembling wave that disperses through your arm with incredible speed. Your vision goes white, and when it returns, Sabine appears encased in shards of sparkling light that slowly fade into darkness as you settle back against the bed. You swim in darkness. Muffled noises, like an argument heard from underwater. Prickling waves of cold. When you sit back up, Sabine is sitting in a chair by the window, facing away from you, backlit by the glow of their slate. Awake? So, what happened? The stabilizer is genuine. They sit down beside the bed. I don't know how Yatagan acquired a case of this stuff. Now, Yatagan is like your usual black market thingy, but they did. You should rest some more, but you're going to have to do that somewhere else. I have other patients, sorry. We still don't know why they helped us. I'm afraid I can't offer you any more doses. You're going to need to pay for your next dose. Silence fills the room as they return to the glowing slate. Looking around the room, it seems different somehow, as if things have moved or shifted. You wonder, how long have you been out? Sabine? Nothing comes free, sleeper. Remember that. You manage to get to your feet and wander out in the hallway. The queue stretches down the flickering corridor. Toshiro stands impatiently by the door and fixes you with a glare as you leave. You lower your eyes as you stumble past, somehow faintly aware of the station spinning beneath you. Hey, we're perfectly stable. Huge. Now, if this was the start of a new day, we would have had 5 dice instead of the just 3 that we have right now. Okay, and these are the quests. Buy a vial of stabilizer, study the winter light, get to know Amphis. Amphis is the guy that sells us food. Build a ship mind. You've heard talk of a fabricator owned by the Ort Exchange. With that and few fragments, you could build a ship mind core. Gain access to the Ort fabricator. Okay. I like survive as a quest. Makes a lot of sense. So here we can buy a vial. These drives are just moving forward on their own. Okay. So, example about dice. Let's say we put a 1 in this slot. We have a 50% chance of the action succeeding normally and 50% of it failing with some negative consequences. The fact that the action is labeled as safe should mean that even if we get the negative, things shouldn't be that bad after all. While on the other hand, since this is a dangerous action, if we put the 1 here, we have a +1 because our engineering stat gives us a +1, which still means though that the action has a 50% chance of failure. The fact that it's a dangerous action, if we feel there are gonna be consequences. Which consequences? I have no idea. But since we have a +1, we can take the 5 and turn it into a guaranteed positive, which I'm pretty happy about. There we go. We get some money. We get to progress 2, and we get some scrap components. I have no idea what scrap components are used to or used in, but we have them. Now we need to find a way to use our 1s and 3s, possibly somewhere where that doesn't cost us our lives. Like, for example, with a 5 we could finish this. The 3 would become a 4, which is like a 25% positive, 50% neutral, and still 25% negative with a risky action. I don't love it. See, if we put a 1, it's still the 50-50. No, the 1, I want to try something else. The 1, I want to put in this weird space bubble thingy, which I still have no idea how it works exactly. All we know is that in order to unlock this data, we need to match a certain number like on the dot. And I think there was somewhere where a 1 was needed. So it seems a smart way, like this. Seems a smart way to use up a you know, a 1 on the dice. Okay, let's try. I have no idea what this is the first time I'm trying this. Bypass. Extract data. Okay, I have one encrypted key, whatever that means. Now we have it. We could use the 3 here, or we can start working on this quest. I think I'm still using a 3 here because I would love to finish this drive here. Okay, we get a +2, so we get a full success. So we got lucky there. So we got two progress, and we even got 1 stuff. A ship mine fragment, which is possibly good, right? Now we are out of dice. We can still go here and spend some money on refilling energy, because I want to finish this drive, because it should give us another XP. There we go. Okay, a little bit of a waste, but I really want to get this done, because if we finish these drives we get upgrade points, and of course upgrading our stuff is great. Okay, but it's still early to think about upgrades. We finished all our actions. We can just go to bed. Tomorrow, though, we should have 5 actions, 5 dice, which is a pretty big deal. I need some 5s, ideally. Okay, a 6, a 5, a 3, a 1, and a 2. Okay, not the best, but we will have to make do. What is this? Fang. This is another NPC that approached us, and apparently he has a job for us, or something. Let's go talk to him. Sleeper. Fang catches your attention as you approach the Haven Age building, leaning against the bay door to the side of the entrance. Easier to come in this way, security, all that, you know. He slams a button and the bay creaks open, blinking lights in the dark behind it. You follow Fang inside. Truth be told, I don't spend much time upstairs. This is where I work. The bay is filled with pieces of hardware, all rigged up to generators and diagnostic slates and things you don't recognize that glow with blue screen light. There's a chorus of hums that blends into a single wave of static, filling the dark corners of the room. You like it? Yeah, I think it's cool. I mean, we are mechanics, so we kind of we dig this stuff. This is my treasure trove, all dredged up from this sea of systems we call the Eye. You wouldn't believe what this place runs on. And he steps over to a towering block speckled with vents. Some of these systems are from the original station, AE1, the one Solheim built. We've had to invent new components, repair things we never built. I'm sorry. Oh, why people keep bothering me. Repair things we never built, reverse engineer entire subsystems into existence. Residents here look up at the eye and think they are seeing Jesus Christ. Don't bother me. A constant, a concrete reality. But this place is a system in constant flux, decaying and growing, collapsing into new configurations. Because we are on a space station, remember, called the Eye. He walks down between the hardware stacks and you follow. We are keeping this place alive, but also remaking it into something new, dragging it away from those corporate origins. At least, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay, he turns back to face you among the flickering machines humming all around you. I know you can see this too, Sleeper. All these systems and sections. You can't you? I mean, we can see some weird stuff, admittedly. It makes sense, right? You are between here and there, between the people and their systems. You light this place up like a beacon. That's what I need. You glance at the lights around you, and as you do, they seem to flicker, to realign, to follow your gaze. Fang notices it too. I'm guessing being a beacon isn't always ideal when you're on the run, though. Yeah, they're tracking me. Because, again, the body we are occupying is owned by a corporation, and now apparently they want it back. They're tracking me. Maybe I can help with that. There's a lot of old growth in this place. Subsystems I can't see, access protocol lost to time and decay, secrets. A shitload of secrets. With your help, I can unlock this place. Break off those last ghost limbs of corporate control. He lowers his voice below the hum. Even in Heaven Age, there is old growth. Those whose roots trace back into those bad old days. You help me dredge up the past, and I'll see what I can do about the tracker of yours. What'd you say, Sleeper? What do we say, chat? Do we trust Fang? I mean, he smiles. Also, I like the idea of A, fighting secrets, B, doing bad things to corporate control, and C, yeah, I would really love that tracker to be gone. Also, once again, let me state and make it absolutely clear that I have no idea if, like, for example, if you accept one quest that's become mutually exclusive with another, if you can pursue all quests at the same time, I have absolutely no idea. So I'm thinking with my heart, and I'm saying that I'm in. Because this guy seems reasonable. Fang passes you a rag-looking metal tab, a gift. It's a Solheim cipher. I dug it up from the depth of the station. Slot that into an old network gate and you'll be able to pull out all kinds of secrets from the nodes inside. Okay. He walks you back up to the front of the bay. Start by bringing me whatever you can turn up. Use that emulated mind of yours and see what's out there. Let's get a picture of how things are. Those above have granted me an acquisitions budget. I can pay you for whatever useful data you bring in. I know you need it. Keep it quiet and keep it clean, Sleeper, and I'll see you soon. Okay, so he has a new quest, I suppose. No, we have a new drive. Is it here? Solheim data. Okay. But we have no data. Where do we get the data? I have no idea. Scrap freighter. Buy some scrap. Okay. You see, this game is interesting. I like the mechanics because it's at the same time resource management, plus the game clearly accounts for, you know, for the fact that different classes have different strengths. Sorry. So you have something to do even, you know, if you have a minus on some checks. Okay, we could use up the 6 here to get a guaranteed 2 here, which I don't mind at all. Okay, we get another scrap. We could use the 5 to get a 6 and do this. Or we can sell the components. This is something if you have good intuition, which we don't have. Where do we build a ship mind? Here. Here. Gain access to the Ort Fabricator. Unclear. Hello, Stag. How are you doing? No, that's not clear yet. Let's try and finish some quests, though. Like, for example, with another 5... If we ask it's a shipbuilder, we might be in. Let's use it. It's a 5+1. It's a guaranteed success, which will finish this. Okay. Leave. Okay. Space, well, not necessarily hacker. Again, it reminds me very much of Disco Elysium. Okay? Think Disco Elysium in space. Only we are like... Think a replicant from Blade Runner. So like Blade Runner, when you are a replicant on the run in a game system that kind of reminds me of Disco Elysium, if it makes any sense. Like, this is our character. Okay, we are a machinist. You have 5 different skills. You can have bonuses, and they unlock modifiers and passive abilities. And you have to do missions to try and figure out like who you are and what to do. But the story is still a mess. We just started like less than 2 hours ago. But yeah, also sometimes you do hacking stuff. And not as in, you know, hack and slash. So we unlocked these nodes. Lem and Mina, Worker and Daughter, or Heaven Age offices. let's go meet the duo here. From the walkway, the sidereal horizon looks impossibly vast. We are on a space station, by the way. A landscape of plating and frames. All along her flanks, torches flicker, drones maneuver, Earth-likes glint. The sense of scale, of industry, is both stunning and strangely unsettling. She's quite beautiful, I think. Oh, Lem and Mina. Yes, she is. She's cute. You turn to see a figure a little way down the walkway, leaning at the railing. He's thin, ragged, his work gear poorly fitting and loose. The torches of the sidereal horizon flicker in his eyes as he turns to you. Lem. He leans back from the rail, revealing a child standing beside him, staring out at the ship. And this is Mina, he adds with a smile. Hi, Mina. Hi. She stares and tucks herself behind Lem, who dutifully picks her up. She's a little slow to trust, aren't you, Mina? She buries her face in the folds of his overalls. Mina looks out from Lem's chest, a dark brown eye twinkling among the rough material. You walking on her, then? Lem asks eagerly, gesturing to the vast ship, or just admiring? Well, technically neither. Well, you should consider it. Isn't that right, Mina? Huh? She's Mina's and my ticket out of this place. Our escape vector, so to speak. A ship? You haven't heard? Anyone who takes a Heaven Age contract on the sidereal horizon will be entered into a draw for the transit support crew. We won't get to sleep the journey, though, but a couple of decades of service will be nothing for me and Mina if it means landfall on a new world. Oh. Okay. Someone needs to stay awake to keep the things running. He straightens up, stretching his back. That's a colony ship, friend. The Kelly's Foundation is sending thousands to settle a system well outside the reach of the core worlds. It'll be a totally independent colony. No surrogacy, no corporation. Yeah, no corporation. Sure. We believe this. They are Heaven Age's client, yeah. Some wealthy project from the core systems, interested in independence and self-sufficiency and all that. They hired the whole shipyard out, helped rekit it and everything. He strokes Mina's hair. Someone else's dream, I suppose, but doesn't mean like people me and Mina can tag along. Daddy, food! She glances furtively at you as she plays with a set of dog tags that hangs from Lem's neck. I'm just chatting a little, Meanie. Give Daddy a sec. He turns back to you, and you suddenly notice how tired he looks. I'm not on the Heaven Age crew yet, but I'll work my way in. You can do it too, friend. We have to stick together. He smiles, and you wonder how long he's been working to break into the official shipyard crew. Okay. Now, again, I have no idea if... I mean, this is clearly another quest. These are all the sub-quests we are currently on. And I have no idea if we can solve them all or if they are mutually exclusive. Yeah, maybe. He looks out at the sidereal horizon as if trying to pull energy from those flickering torches from the vast hull. We gotta hold out, okay? That's how it works. While he stares out, Mina catches your eye curiously. You agree, Mina? Daddy loves me, she says it stubbornly, daring you to question her. Lamb smiles and lifts Mina. That's it. We hold on. Poor guy. We're just a couple of softies. Isn't that right, Mina? He sets her down, standing by his side, and she clings to his leg. Gotta go feed this one. Maybe see you on a shift, huh? He turns, and they walk down the walkway, away from the shipyard. You see them talking, and then a moment later, Mina turns around and stops. See you, robot! Her shout echoes down the walkway, and she flashes you a parting smile before running to catch up with Lamb. You watch them a little before you turn back to the impossible scale of this sidereal horizon. A ticket out. Okay, and we discover a new drive. Again, drives are basically missions. So now we have a new mission. Win a sidereal ticket. Okay. Okay. Then we have to inspect this place because it's new. Fragment supply. Okay. They give us money. Tracking Yatagan. Okay. Yatagan is like a sort of crime lord. Okay. Here? What's in here? Critical action. Critical actions are actions that you can only try once. Heaven Age security has to have plans. Stealing them would be the fastest way to get to know this place, and the most dangerous. Or we can explore the rotunda. Okay. 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 Again, with these dice rolls, I'm not gonna do this. We could sell these components for cash. We could keep eating food because we want to gain the trust of the guy that sells the food. Or we could do that hacking thingy. So we go back to the kind of cyberspace, for lack of a better term. Now we want to find some slots that want like ones and or twos. For example, a 2, which usually is a bad roll for the other activities. It's really story, not puzzle in the sense of physically solving puzzles, but more like discovering like mysteries and stories. Okay. Grab another key. Okay. Now what happens? As you drift back from the node, something latches onto you. A thread, strung tight around you, tethers you in place. A taste. The voice makes you shiver. It soars somehow both distant and close behind your ear. You see a distant glint of light shut off, and then suddenly a shape is at your side. It stalks around you, circling like a shark, like a wolf. Entity unknown. Astringent. Processing. Oh, hunter, I suppose. Hunter. Sanctioned protocol unraveling. Please hold. The thread around you thickens until it is a ring, a cylinder, a tunnel of light circled around you. It is blinding for a moment, and then it's gone. As it fades, you see a figure, a creature in front of you. Its strange head flickers between different angles, reading you. So this is like an antivirus, I guess. What did you do? The shape paces around you on lithe legs. though there is no ground here to pace on. Entity, identify, origin, serial, cadence. Sleeper, SNR, unknown, known. Brackish signature, off and not off, attempting interface. As the figure speaks, more threads. Oh, again, Jesus, what's today with people pestering me? As the figure speaks, more threads begin to spiral from its head, thick, snaking, vine-like ribbons that flex and wave. They approach with intent. Stop. The figure halts its threads. His head twitching. Entity, your identity is unknown. We only seek to correct illegalities. Can you confirm your legal right to sentience? I am a person. Incorrect. You are an entity. All at once, Hunter's head is directly in front of yours, blocking your vision. You stink of their taste, the one for the sealed dock. Hunter shims with fury. I will find access. I will interface. Sealed dock. An entity hides in the rotunda. You are its puppet. Hunter extends a razor-edged thread. I will not be diverted from my task. It glows with murderous intent. I don't like murder, especially when I'm being the one being murdered. You lash out with all your force, not a physical strike, but a focusing, a spike of interference leaping out like the tip of a spear. Hunter stumbles, shifts, separates. Wake up. You open your eyes, blinking back into the station light, shaking with fear. Okay. So the more we do stuff in the cyberspace, the more we risk being attacked by the entity. Yatagan agent. Okay, Yatagan. Okay, I remember who Yatagan is. Heaven Age agent. Heaven Age is like the thing that is running this place. Solheim Gate. Okay, we have a cipher. Start action. Okay, we gained access to Gate 7. Whatever that means. Again, keep in mind that I'm playing for the first time, so I have no real clue about what's going on. We seemingly opened an access route of some kind. Corporate records, we would need a 4. No. I am willing to use my 1. This node is leaking corrupted contractor lists from the early days of the system's Palladium rush. Okay, I will use a 1. And we have another data. Okay. And I guess this is what the guy wants. The guy that actually wants to disable my tracker. Also, yes, every time we do some action, I guess this hunter like shows up again and wants to do bad things to us. That's the idea. Yeah, like to this guy, we can give him the Solheim data that we recovered. Okay. We gain a little money, and we gain we speed up the quest. The hunter seems an antivirus, definitely not a person. It sounds to me it's a program, like trying to defend the inner AI, the inner station or something. But it's unclear. It's the first time I've seen it. Okay, but we also need to further this quest. So I'm spending my 3 because we have a 75% of getting, progress. And we might as well. And we get neutral outcome, which means just a humble +1. Okay, and the last thing we do... Yeah, it doesn't sound, friendly. Also, I really want to finish this drive as well. There. Plop. And we go to bed, because we are out of actions. Okay, we end the cycle. And see which dice we roll tomorrow. Okay, 2, 2, 3, and 2 6s. Huge. So 2 6s. 6s are, again, basically automatic success, like full crits or whatever. And I like the idea of using 1 here. Because it means that we're going to be super close to finishing this this quest. Let's call it a quest. Okay. Then a 2 I am willing to spend here. Yes. Crack it. Extract it. Sweet. So we need a 4 for this one. We don't have a 4. It's still very complex. So a lot of people are asking us to do things for them, but it's still not clear. I mean, what's our personal agency? But so far, the concept of the game sounds good. We just have to figure out whether or not, for example, the game just again has branching storylines, or if you can complete every single subquest you get, those kind of things. For example, this is another side quest, but I have no idea if we want to go here. See, for example, we could push our engineering capabilities and try to get into this. Yeah, I know it happens. I do also have a lot of things, a lot of wish-listed games. But, you know, this seemed interesting. It kind of catch my eye, and I decided to give it a try. Again, it was on sale for a very, very reasonable price, so I thought, why not? Okay. Oh, sorry. So sorry. So, I do want to do this quest, because hopefully if we can disable our tracker, it sounds good. Yeah, the atmosphere is good. Again, it's very dialogue rich, but rich in a good way. Okay, buy a vial of stabilizer. I think it's time to check how much it costs, at the very least. Well, depending if it's pressurized. If it's pressurized inside, you do get an atmosphere, I suppose. 100 cryo, Jesus. Okay. 100 is a freaking lot. But okay, you gotta do what you gotta do. Because keep in mind, the lower your condition goes, the less dice you roll, so the less things you do. And for some reason, I'm keeping on spending money on fungus here, because now we spend more of our precious credits, but we finish this drive, and I'm curious. Take my money. Okay. Okay, so we finished the drive, and now we get to speak with the dude again. Sleeper! Memphis calls out to you, a booming voice that echoes through the corridor. Tell me a story. He throws a handful of chopped mushrooms into his wok, the fire leaping up to meet the oil. I see you cycle in, cycle out, but we never speak. Tell me a story. What kind of story? Any kind, but one of yours. Nothing stolen. You pause, the spice reaching your nostrils, and think about the kind of story you'd like to tell Memphis. You look at Memphis, the listener, and imagine he has heard it all before. Perhaps he would enjoy a strange story, something with some spice. So, a ghost story or about our dreams? Nothing stolen. So, our dreams. All the sleepers, you tell Memphis, had dreams. Some were simple, memories left over from the immolation process that had become tangled up in their minds and would come out when they sleep. It wasn't rare to hear a sleeper in the dorm scream or cry out in the night. But your dreams, those gray, skeletal after images of systems and structures, of threads and patterns, weren't like the others. They weren't memories or nightmares, they were reflections of reality. Distorted, yes, but somehow true. You learned back then to keep quiet about them, to let them flow through your mind like water. That was until now, until you arrived in this place. Now your dreams colonize your waking life. They slip behind your eyelids with every blink. And now you understand that they aren't dreams at all, but some process of interfacing, of speaking, of living in another world that flows through this one like smoke through air. You tell him that you do not know if there is a reason for your dreams. Perhaps you reason it is just some side effect or particular quality of the frame you inhabit. Like, do androids sleep of electric sheep? This is obviously a reference. But whatever it is a gift, and you hope to make use of it. Amphis finishes cooking and squints a little at you. Sleeper, you are quite the storyteller. He eyes you, and you realize that he's trying to gauge how honest you have been in your story. Amphis passes you the meal he had cooked, and you take it gratefully. As you eat, he talks. A natural exchange. Thank you, Sleeper. But my time is done for today, and I don't want to keep you longer, so I will make a proposal. These are good enough for most, but someone told me a story that made me think. A couple of cycles ago, they said that across the gap, in the greenway, fresh mushrooms grow. Have you heard this? No. Neither had I, but I trust the one who told me. Can you bring me some? I cannot cross the gap, and I worry about leaving my things behind. I am sure a storyteller like you could handle the trip. I will prepare them for you, and, if you wish to tell it, be the audience for another story. Okay. Good. Then I will wait for you to bring them. I will prepare a recipe then, Sleeper. Good luck with your foraging. Stories for food. Okay, we have a new quest. Grab fungi. Gear all caps, by the way. Also, I thought, like, foolish me, I thought this was the end of his drive, but clearly it's literally just the beginning. Buy scrap. No. No. Okay, let's focus. One thing at a time. Actually, two things at a time we're doing. We're trying to grab the last fragment, but we need a 4. We need a 4. So we leave for now, and we need to finish this baby here. We can use maybe the 3. If we are not unlucky, even a simple success will help. Huge. Okay, so we finished this drive, which should unlock... yeah, something. Squeeze into the office at the entrance to the yard. You lay out everything you have on the winter light. Also, by the way, winter light, I am like 99.9% sure that is also a name used by the aliens in Terra Invicta as a class for their cruisers. Nicholas, can you confirm? Because I can guarantee that I already seen a winter light, either ship name or ship class in Terra Invicta. I'm almost sure. Now, nothing fully original, but yet it's a nice tie-in. Your makeshift forensic notes glow on Dragos' old writing slate, overlapping lines and scrawled annotations. A set of drone scans fill the small terminal with a spectrum of colors, a heat map of damage and decay. A crumpled printout from the office's ship registry lies beside them. Synthetic paper so thin it is almost transparent. Let's start with a printout. A plain list shows the registration history of the Winter Light. The gaps between the entries tantalizingly opaque. Its first registration was a couple of thousand cycles ago, on this very station, logged at the central hub. From here, the registry tells the story of a busy ship, one that rarely stayed on station for more than a few cycles, and often took on voyages that kept it away from the eye for up to 100 cycles. the winter light got little rest. Let's look at the slate. Your attempts at reconstruction of the winter light before its fatal accident consist of a series of overlapping sketches and diagrams showing possible layouts and configurations of the gutted cutter. It was no off-the-shelf model, it was heavily modified, parts replaced with inventive configurations, the new retrofitted into the old, handmade joints and reconditioned filters. It was someone's pride and joy, a lifetime project kept running with care and intuition, so like a Millennium Falcon. It also contained a set of hidden compartments. You missed them at first. Yeah, it's literally a Millennium Falcon. Where the hull had been thickened, the corners rounded to disguise the change, but they are there. Monitor, reactor failure. That is the verdict that anyone would have returned after a cursory glance at these stacked heat maps of the remains of the winter light. On the terminal screen, the ship is shown in section, blotches of color marking the approximate damage the ship sustained. Dominating the view is a single blood-red rose radiating from the ship's fraction drive. A simple story, a catastrophic failure of the drive core leading to a fatal hull breach, a well-documented failure likely brought on by wear or misuse. But you aren't looking at the rose of the reactor, you are looking at a smaller, paler mark, one that might be easy to miss at first glance. It is thumbprint-sized and delicately placed over the control servos for the ship's main external airlock. It suggests a controlled, shaped explosion, one designed to punch through the hull and allow access to the airlock from the outside. You are looking at it because it's troubling you. An old ship, many cycles under its belt, carefully maintained. A reactor failure preceded by a carefully concealed external entry. A suite of hidden compartments tucked away. This was the winter light, and this was its story. But that's not the full story, because there's something else. It is little more than a list, a tiny chunk of data you were able to pull out from the ship's systems. The main systems were fried, of course, but the winter light had a separate system, one tucked away in one of its hidden compartments. Armored, air-walled. This list, the only recoverable piece from the whole system, is a partial inventory. It details the contents of the hidden compartments. Some of it you recognize, some of it you don't. Shipmine ROMs, shimmers, cryo chain codes, and then the final entry. Passenger, sleeper. You stare at the list on the terminal and try not to think about what it was like arriving here. In the cold for so long, half frozen in the freight container. Had this sleeper been smarter, luckier? How did they convince the Winter Light, a smuggler ship if you ever saw one, to extract them from SNARP? Again, SNARP is the name of the corporation that produces the sleepers. So it's the name of the company that produces the body we are currently inhabiting. Luckier, you laugh. There had been no remains found in any of the Winter Light's compartments. You had checked. They weren't so lucky, you guess. Not in the end. You hold up a vial of stabilizer to the light. This was all you find in their compartment. A parting gift from SNR. Well, it won't go to waste now. You put it back in your pocket. The thought still bothers you, though. Two ships carrying sleepers coming into the same yard? Two, one after the other? That feels wrong. You flick back and forth between datasets on the terminal, thinking. And you see that thumbprint again, the mark of someone trying to get in. Someone who entered the Winter Light with precision and speed, and when they were done, left the reactor to clean up the rest. The thought of that person makes you shiver. Suddenly, the office door creaks open. Drago stands in the doorway, staring at the equipment and notes you have assembled. What is all this? He snatches the slate from the desk, faster than you realize he can move. You're running an investigation here? What am I paying you for? The drone on his shoulder starts whining shrilly, his anger passing to it through his implants. Where is the ship from? Are you hiding something? Stay silent. Let's stay silent for a moment. He starts shaking his head. I know you have lots of questions, but this isn't the way. This is the last thing I need. So he's into something. He's clearly into something. Okay, what are you asking? You looking to get us both killed? We cut these things up, that's our part. Their part is something I don't want to know. So there is a ring of, or something that are smuggling sleepers away off from the company, from the parent company. Dragos seems to steady himself and then turns back to you, the heat map of the reactor failure reflecting his headset's glassy eyes. I've given you a place to stay, I've given you work, there's plenty of others who have sold you on, turned you in, but not me. No. And I appreciate that, but don't. I'm not discussing my business with you, he quiets the drone. I've done well by you, and you've returned the favor. He straightens up and clears his throat. But this obsession you have with this ship isn't going to work for me. I can't have you making my clients nervous. I can't have you digging up whatever it is you are after. You can't work here anymore. What about the winter light? Forget about the damn ship. You have enough to keep you up. Dragos reaches across you and flicks off the terminal. As the light of the monitor dies, a kind of eerie calm falls on both of you. Whatever this was, it is done. You made it out, Sleeper. That means you have to move on. But we are stubborn. Someone killed that ship and its crew. And you want to meet them? We are done here. Okay. You can stay in the container. I won't take that from you. Don't come back. Aw, we lost our job. Okay. So the good news is that we have an experience point, also called an upgrade point. We can either save it and go like full have a full engineer build, but it will cost us a lot of points. But if you get to a +2, it means that we can add a +2 to every dice we roll. So a 4 would be enough to ensure a full success. Or we can kind of spread and get a little more +1s here and there. And I honestly have no idea if it's better to just, focus hard on one skill, or to branch out, because a +1 is still very good. Don't get me wrong. Game economy? The problem is, I don't know what game economy is. I don't know if it's more advantageous in the long term to have one very strong skill, or if it's just better to have a better average. So I'm open to suggestions. Now, I'll tell you what, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. You guys, if you want, you share your thoughts about what we should do with the upgrade point. Like, we spend it immediately, or we bank up and decide later. The choices. So many choices. Okay, here we are. So no, I won't uninstall just yet. So energy. So cryo are the credits. Credits are money. Cryo are the money. Energy is this bar down here, which can be spent doing stuff, and this is the condition bar. And condition is very important because as it gets lower, you get to roll less dice. This is like your hit points, basically. Energy can be replenished by eating. It's the food meter, basically. And cryo is money. Cryo is money. Again, I honestly have no idea. I generally have no idea. Keep in mind we started with a -1 to engage, and I spent my first upgrade point into bringing it up to 0. So it would have no minuses on checks. Okay, so interface. Interface is the one that gives us a chance, but I don't know if chance means 5% chance or 50% chance. Okay, let's try. You know what? Let's try. We try things. Okay, so now we have this skill set. If we spend another point, we can get a +1 to interface checks. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, we really want that 4 to be able to finish the other side quest. Extract the past. Get to know Memphis. Survive. We need money. Win a ticket. Work your way into a shipyard crew. Oh, win a fabricator, as in literally we have to play the exchange. Now we have no intuition. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we have to complete this and get access to the fabricator, where we probably can use these fragments. Or we go this way and we just work in engineering. We are good engineers. Okay, where do we go? Do we wanna go build a ship mine? Again, I don't know if they are mutually exclusives. We can either go this way, which sounds cooler, or just work in the crew of this colony ship. So it's either a colony ship or try to go, our own way, so to speak. Does any one of these two tickle any of your fancies? That's one way of the eye and into a new life. Maybe go build a ship mine. Unless we care about the man and the kid. No, you know what? We are into space. Let's build a ship mine. The only problem is that we need to use a lot of 6s because we have no bonuses here. There we go. We also got money, which is good. And we have a 2. The 2 we can spend. But before spending more stuff here, you see, because there are so many different routes, I believe that they are mutually exclusive, as in eventually you have to choose which path to go. This is my belief. Let's go here. Okay. Okay. Then we go to bed and we hope to roll a 4. We need a 4. A natural 4. And of course we get no 4s because life sucks. But we have 2 6s and I know exactly where to spend them. We're gonna spend them here in order to finish this this quest here. So we become a trusted trader. Which unlocks the ore fabricator. Huge. See, ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough, salvaged fragments can be reassembled with a fabricator. We have exactly 3 ship mine fragments. There we go. What now? Hey! +1 upgrade. Where is the ship mine, though? The core of ship AI, amputated and in hibernation. Well, I hope we are gonna find out eventually. What we know is that we have another upgrade. So we go with interface. I mean, we can go +1 interface. Or again, we can wait and aim for the +2. Also keep in mind that interface roles are basically the ones in the with the antivirus thingy. I don't think it's wise to spread too much, but maybe a second +1 wouldn't be too bad. Again, we aren't forced to decide right now, but it's something to consider. In the meantime, and yeah, we really have to roll that 4 before this timer runs out. Okay. Like, we could use the 2s because they get turned into 3s thanks to the +1 we have. Okay. Okay. You can use the last one here. We are halfway there. Let's go to bed. End the cycle. Still no 4. Okay, now the problem. We lost one dice. I don't want to use the stabilizer before we start losing the second, because given the cost, it would be too inefficient, I believe. I will endure like 3 rounds of 1 less dice, no matter how stupid that sounds. But this seems more reasonable for some reason. Also, I'm gonna spend $100 on another vial. And to forward that quest. As you quickly leave the surgery, eager to be away from Toshira's glare, you notice something wrapped around the stabilizer vial, clutched tightly in your hand. You open your hand and a thin film, marked with holes and sigils, unrolls from around the vial. At one end it has a hard metal strip, a handle. What's the handle? The metal handle is worn and pitted, but you can see a set of numbers imprinted on it, 207-F, and then, crudely scratched into the handle at some later date, low end. You hold a cloudy film up to the light. It's perforated with an ornate pattern of holes. You can make out a word among the markings, passkey. Is this an entry key from somewhere? For a moment, you consider going back to the surgery to return the key, and then quickly think better of it. Did Sabine want you to have it, or is Toshiro passing on a message? Time to head to the low end to find out. Okay. Now he has a second upgrade point, which we could use to unlock self-repair. Using scrap components we could use to repair our condition without using the precious vial that we just bought. So there's that. these scrap components. Also, the passkey, in order to use the passkey, we need to go here and spend money, because it does cost us 60 credits. And I don't want to spend those credits right now, especially because I need to spend money to restore some energy. Okay. Okay. I have those ones that they are watching me and judging me. We are not intuition guys. Our shtick is building and engineering things. Unfortunately, even with a +1, this gives us a 50% of getting a failure, which will kill our possibilities of ever going forward. We're already taking a risk by using a 3. Okay, even got a crit. Okay. Let's see if we can invest. No, we need to invest those ones somewhere. Is it 2? That is the 4. Is it 1? Screw that. Okay, we got 5. 5 cryo is not a lot. That is the perk we unlocked before. And yeah, we are one step closer to the hunter being reawakened. We don't have the cipher. There's a 3 I don't have. I need money. What I know is that I need the money, and or somewhere where even if we fail, it's no big deal. And there is no such place. is no such place. Shoot. I'm an idiot, but don't tell anyone. I'm an idiot, but don't tell anyone. I'm gonna risk a 50-50. Punished. Makes sense. I will take the blame. Okay. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on their receipt paper. These are their assignment numbers, and you are either called for a shift or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, and the chatter rumbles through the lines. For those who, like you, have graduated to the work team, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you were praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet, you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for the numbers to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. I will bet donuts to gym yards that Lamb doesn't get a ticket. Hey, Slipper, wait up. Lamb? Good to see you, friend. He's breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby. Give me a second here. He fails. He has the face of someone who failed. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, he sees clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. So, Mina? She's good. We just had to rush up here. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. I don't know what happens. That's my number. Okay, I'll watch her. You're gonna stay with our friend, okay? Take her bag. She's got food. This is not gonna end well for Lem. Aw. Hello, Mina. Hi. She's so cute. You okay? What's in the bag? You're gonna latch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers, a battered slate, and a rabbit. Aw, the rabbit. You pull out the rabbit. What's the name of the rabbit? Here's the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out and Mina snatches it from your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away from you. Bun Bun. Bun Bun the rabbit. Actually, isn't Bun Bun... If I'm not mistaken, Bun Bun is the name of the kobold that is like the... it's a thought experiment kobold that is like the most powerful being into existence. Because it's like a mental exercise done by Dungeons and Dragons min-maxers that basically allows you to have infinite wishes like at character start. I don't remember which edition. I think it was 4th edition. So you would create this kobold which with some absurd perk combinations, which basically would allow him to become a god the moment you create the character. If I'm not mistaken, the name of the character is Boon Boon. Hi, Boon Boon. You move a little closer. He doesn't speak. I love how Mina explains us that he doesn't speak. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. She waggles Boon Boon in front of you, and then walks him up your arm and onto your shoulder where she sits. Aww. She pokes your arm a couple of times. Are you really a robot? Well, sort of. Yeah, me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe or if you rust. But before long, you are talking about rabbits and what Esther, the lady who usually takes her smells like, and whether or not fairies live in the ice-heating pipes. Aw, that's so cute. You pass the time like this, sitting side by side on the floor of the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Boon Boon the rabbit. And this is how Lem finds you, just as both of you are starting to yawn. He's dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs and in his arms as he stumbles backwards. You two get on okay? Oh, more than okay. We made friends with Boon Boon, so everything is fantastic. Well, looks like Meanie can be nice. Thank you, friend. I mean it. I owe you. Now, again, the tragedy is that this poor wretch considers a friend like an android, a cyborg that he barely knows. And we are his best friend. And this is incredibly sad if you think about it. Look, it seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to our place in the low end. If you have time. Well, if you give me the pass key and I don't have to spend $60. But now I have to take this one to eat. He plays at biting Mina. See you, sleeper. He waves and they stumble off down the corridor, drawing gazes from passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. New drive discovered. New quest. Help Lem work. Aw. We need to play babysitters. In the meantime, we are being promoted to the assembly lines. We need 5s and 6s. Again, I like how this game is done. The quest system, the progress system is interesting. It's interesting. Okay, now we still need to roll that 4 in order to disable our tracker, hopefully. Now, this is what we are going to do. If we roll no 4s, but we roll a 3, I'm going to spend 1 upgrade point in order to get a +1 to interface, which will allow us to use the 3 as a 4. If we roll natural 4, we wait a little longer. Now, of course, we won't roll neither a 3 nor a 4, because if I know my luck. But you never know. Maybe we're lucky. Obviously, 5, 6, 1, 1. Huge. Huge. great. Just great. And remember, we need that like literally tomorrow, because someone is coming. We are being hunted. So what are the odds of never rolling a 4 with 4 dice like 3 times in a row? They can be up to 100%. They can be up to 100%. Oh, we can't do this. Buy ship by fragments. Offloading goods. You see, in order to unlock this action, we need a +1 to engage, which we don't have, so we can't do this. And yes, I do believe we have to spend those $60, you know, to get to the next level. Also, I'm gonna spend a 5, which becomes a 6, to start this chain quest right here. So hopefully that gives me some money. It does. Okay. Some of which I have to spend on food. There we go. And we're gonna spend the $60 here. Hopefully it's una tantum. If it's not una tantum, we're screwed. No, seemingly we're fine. Yeah, Lemon Mina's unit. The free spoke. Founder's Gap. Okay. Low end. Block maintenance. Helping out is a good way to make friends. Okay, play tabla. Okay. Actually, I already have two passkeys, so we go there. Hello? Apartment unlocked. Huge. Dewey has a new home. As you push the door open, the automatic lights flicker on inside the apartment. They reveal yellowing plastic panels, the curved shape of a wall-mounted utility units, the detritus of a routine life arranged on every surface. You step inside, clicking the door shut behind. The amber light of the aging fixtures glaze everything with pale orange. The work surfaces hold a variety of objects, indistinct in the dull lighting. A pale blue light drifts from a doorway at the end of the room. Let's inspect. Dewey has a new room, a new home. Smudges through the thin layer of dust suggest a recent, rare, and hurried visit. They trace a path to the water dispenser, the auto wash, then onto a cabinet still half open. On the shelf sits an empty pill case. You cross a cramped utility room with its auto wash, dispensers, water closet towards the doorway. Through the doorway is a dark, warm room, lit only by the faint glow of a terminal screen. Inspect the room first. A bunk is tucked into the wall, the blankets ruffled. A wall desk glitters with rows of vials and containers. A briefcase lab sits open, loaded with rows of reagents and compounds you do not recognize. In comparison, this room is clean, ordered, controlled. As you approach There is a crackle from somewhere in the dark. Sleeper. Sabine's voice. Sabine is the medic. Welcome to my home. I'm sorry I can't be here. I've had to make alternate arrangements. You hear rattling noises, static. I was able to record this message, but I don't dare to show my face. Something is happening within Yatagan. I no longer trust them. Again, they are like the criminal underworld or something. Their voice becomes distant, slipping behind the background noise. I have something to ask of you. I want you to get me out. Yatagan were supposed to hide me, to protect me. After everything happened, I was desperate. And then after that, I was too tired to care. A noise, like waves, passes over the recording. But I'm done with them now. I want out. Screw the debt. But I need insurance, something I can hold against them. I have my suspicions, but I can't be sure. I need information. And, as you know, you need me. A pause. Something clicking. This isn't a threat. You have to understand my position here. I know sleepers. I've been here before. I can help you, but not with Yatagan's noose around my neck. Give me data. Get me information. Get me something that I can use against Yatagan. Then I can get out and you can get what you need. Please. Bring it here to my terminal. I'll get to it when I can. Okay. Okay. New drive. New quest. Get Sabine out. Extract Yatagan data for Sabine. Yatagan data, I suppose, are things we get from Yatagan agents. Right, agent? This is my assumption, at least. But I really need that for, you know, to hopefully finish the other quest. Well, let's do one. Let's spend 1 point. Okay, we have Yatagan data. It's enough. Oh, geez. Okay. She needs 3. And we have 1. Okay. Tricky. So yeah, there is a strong possibility of, you know, not being possible to complete all quests. Which would make perfect sense. Now let's go to Lem and Mina's unit. Babysit Mina. Unless Lem gets time in the shipyard, he won't qualify for the Sidereal Crew Lottery. Yeah. So basically, the choice is to let Lem get inside and try another way for ourselves. Because I suppose that if we try, you know, and do everything, we end up succeeding in nothing. But I'm willing to help him, to try and help him at least. There. Yes, fuck it. Let's help the guy. He seems a good guy. And he has a rabbit. There. Halfway there. And now we have to go back to sleep. And really, really hope we can roll a stupid 4. Because if we can't roll that 4, it's a disaster. Or a 3. A 3 or a 4. A 3 can do in a pinch. 3s can do in a pinch. Oh, floors. Lovely. Okay. Now we have our job cut out for us. We do have, as first thing, go here and open this. And hope that this is enough to complete the quest. Because otherwise we unleash the Hound of War, and that's gonna be another disaster. Okay. There you go. Tell me we are done, otherwise we are screwed. As you enter the bay, Fang is nowhere to be seen. The banks of servers and machines blink out of the dark in staccato rhythms, unseeing eyes of the station's digital ghosts. Shitheads! Fang's voice echoes from behind a stack. These snaky shitheads. We know Snaky. We met them. Ah, Sleeper! Just the emulated consciousness I have been eager to see. Come back here. You pick your way between the thrumming stacks, trying not to trip on the loose bundles of cables that blanket the dark floor. Fang is sat in front of a set of monitors, mounted to a stack. Tell me, Sleeper, what do you see here? Fang waves at a monitor to his side, glowing with pale lists of information. You lean in closer, looking for the links in the data. The tables seem to be filled with personal information. We are doing many different quests. What it seems so far is that you have different ways to like escape this place, and we are currently like working different quests at the same time, but it remains to be seen whether or not there is just whether or not the important thing is to do one. Yeah, seemingly yes. Or find a way to stay here and thrive. For example, one option is to do this quest here, which is about completing a colony ship and just leave the place as a crew member of a colony ship. But also maybe there is the possibility of building our own ship and escape that way. And this is possibly, this guy we're talking with, possibly can give us another way out. Possibly. Also, again, there are many people giving quests. But, yeah, escape is definitely one possibility. Because when you start the game, the first question you ask yourself is, what do I want? Because, again, remember, technically we are on the run from the corporation that built the body that we now occupy. So we either have to lose our trackers, or we have to escape their pursuit. Because we escaped from this company. Just like we are like rogue cyborgs, broadly speaking. This hasn't been explained. This has not been explained yet. The game literally starts with you on the run, but it doesn't really explain why. Possibly because like you have more conscience than the other. Yeah, media res, classical. You are not like all the other androids. Perhaps you have like retained more of your humanity than the others. Technically, seen from the point of view of the parent company, yes, we are criminals because we are escapees. But again, if you think Blade Runner, No, we aren't criminals in the sense that we didn't hurt anyone. We're just trying to be free. It all depends on what you consider being criminal. If trying to, again, escape from control of an oppressive corporation is criminal, and by the letter of the law, it is criminal because you are private property. Because as a cyborg, you have no rights. You are a thing. But the point is that you are more than just a thing. Again, think Blade Runner. The whole point is that replicants are not just things. They are people. They have their own feelings. They have their own experiences. But they are considered as objects. And that's the I think the whole point. So we kind of have to figure out for ourselves what we are. Again, some people like the little kid calls us robots, but we are not robots, because we do have a brain, we do have desires. So again, there's a threshold. Where is the threshold between, again, a full cyborg, an organic mind in a synthetic body? Okay? Now, having a human-like consciousness in a robotic-like body, does that make that thing a person? Does it not? That's the whole point. There is not like a definite answer. Everybody has their answer. To many people, no, as long as you are not made of flesh and blood, you are not a person. But where's the limit? Who decides where is the limit? Also think of this, always makes me think about there's a movie called the Bicentennial Man, starring oh boy, what's his name? Oh geez, the one that made Mork and Mindy, the very famous comedian who died, who also starred in Dead Poets Society. Come on, you know the name. Robin Williams. Thank you so much. Thank you, him. And in this movie, Bicentennial Man, the whole point of the movie is that Robin Williams is an android, because in this future, androids, like every household as an android that helps with home stuff, etc. But he has a consciousness, and eventually he wants to fight for his right to be considered a human, or to have human-like rights. It's a good movie. It's a good movie. I won't spoil any further. But yeah, he was a great actor in general. I love his movies. Too bad he passed. Yeah, Beastie Boys, all the way. Okay, I see people. Whose people? Good question. I have no idea. Solheim. Bingo. I got it right. I had a 50-50 chance. I pulled this from the old data you brought in, all employees of the Eye's original owners, and this one, this is a snaky shithead. Yeah, technically we are doing some, well, not sabotage, more like remotely accessing terminals, violating data. So we're doing some kind of data breaches. Not sabotaging, technically. This one, the name reads Harding Hurst. Who's Harding? That is the thing. there is just so happens to be a Hardinghurst in Heaven Age. Oh, so this Hardinghurst is probably another android. Oh yeah, oh stupid me. Yeah, I didn't get it. Yeah. You got me. You got me there. You got me there. Sabotage. Yeah, you got me. 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 Fair and square. I got beaten. I got beaten. You got me there, Stack. You got me. I failed my Beastie Boys check miserably. Hmm. Okay, yeah. So this Hardin is a bad guy. Okay. Yeah, so this guy's tricking workers, basically. Yeah, clearly. Unfortunately, this is the usual idea, like some kind of corporation taking advantage of human misery. Long story short. This guy strategized all that, did the sums, and then somehow, thousands and thousands of cycles later, is still going, still here, crawling on the walls like some shithead snake. He survived the revolution. How? He's a robot. How is Hardin still kicking? I don't know. So we are going to find out. Harding is now a big shot in the shipyards, just a few degrees back around the eye from here. Fang brings up a map of the lower eye. Heaven Age might be born out of Erin's revolutionary zeal, but a flat hierarchy is not. Harding happened to float to the top. The thing is, I don't have access to the systems. The shipyard crew is pretty paranoid and they don't like anyone from systems digging around their stuff. Plus, we need more than just the name of a Solheim executive. We need proof. That's where this little creation of mine comes in. I call it a Reaper Worm. It'll rip through any digital storage and spin out a silken thread of filtered data. This one is set on the scent of Hardinghurst. Getting into the compound might be tricky, but you, however, have a particular knack for remote access. If you can extract yourself a Heaven Age cipher from a Heaven Age agent, they sometimes carry them among their data cache, so you can crack open the compound's network and slot the worm in through any open port. You never even need to go near the shipyards. Okay, what's in it for me? Okay. Okay, now the problem, though. Because the problem is that tomorrow my hunter is going to arrive, and I have no freaking idea about how to flee. Also, if we need to hack a Heaven Age agent, we will trigger the hunter once again. Shit. We don't have a 2. I don't have a 2 because the game likes to screw me up. By the way, I don't even have a 3, so even if I no, with a 1 I could make it. because if we spend... no, why can't I level... Where's my character screen? Help! I'm being repressed. Excuse me a second. Option. No, not this. Help! Why can't I spend my hard-earned thingies? Also, we decided that we were trying to help Lem. Yep. We're screwed. I mean, I don't know what happens when this clock completes, but it's not gonna be good news. I can tell you this. Okay, let's go help our friend. $50-50. Nailed it. Okay, let's spend this. Let's spend this to ensure the success of the action. There. Just because we are really good people. She's asleep. I mean, this guy owes me a lot. All jokes aside. Okay. Drink? Sure. Yeah, honestly, he owes me a lot. Okay, we actually have something to celebrate this time around. I made the assembly team of the Sidereal. Knew it. You did get there first, friend. I'll give you that. Seriously, though, couldn't have done it without you keeping an eye on little Meanie back here. He's totally right. How's your girl doing, Sleeper? She's doing great. I mean, he has a bunny. Of course she is. She talks about you a lot, you know. Draws you. I'm glad she has a friend that isn't me. Yeah, because having a robot being the best friend of your daughter... I can't take all credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. Really? I pulled her off of a refugee shuttle out by one of Amber's moons. Aww. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye on these decrepit old shuttles. They had no idea what they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there. Everyone spaced. The only reason she made it was someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. I'm still not sure why. So, he's an even better person than we thought he was. He's a real hero. Lem is the real hero. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand. We were private military, hired in by Conway to protect their claims in the collapse. But once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us a dump here. You saved her, dude. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but she saved me. That's the truth of it. Me, I brought her to this. She was tiny, too small to know what she lost, but I can't stop thinking about it. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? The Sidereal will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? You'll make it. Sorry, I know you don't have it any better. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team now. Both of us in with a chance. Together. I know. I will give my number to Lem. If push comes to shove, The guy deserves a better future. I don't care. I don't care. He deserves it. He's a good man. I need some sleep. See you around. I have stuff to do. Thank you. Bye-bye. Ciao. Oh, finally. Okay. Okay. We can level up. We have 3 points now. We could get the +1 to interface and push self-repair, and then try to get to the +2 to engineering. Now, granted, if I saved all my money, I would be at +2 here already. No, let's unlock this. Let's be engineers. Let's be engineers. Let's be engineers. Okay. We are not going to get Sabine out. I don't know where to bring these Girol caps. Watch Mina again? Dude, I just watched you. I mean, we need to work ourselves, by the way. Now we go to bed, and tomorrow could be a bad day. Also, remind me, after this cycle, we have to repair ourselves and go back to full health to get the 5th die. The scrap components I will keep, because I don't know if they are going to be needed in the future. But this is not gonna be nice. Trust me on this one. Okay, 1443. Ethan, cynical bounty hunter. Hold it there, sleeper. Don't you run. Okay. Good, good. You know your master's voice. He's wearing a white smirk and a slick jacket, and you immediately know he's terrible news. Awesome. You got all the way out here and then stayed put. That's a slim thing. You're my first. You barely hear him. You've noticed the handgun he has leveled to your chest, and it's hard to take your eyes off it. He reaches down with his other hand and slips some kind of ring out from a belt loop without taking his eyes off you. Making it to the eye, though? That's pretty good. This place isn't so bad. Bars, markets, people. I pull most of my contracts out of asteroid caves or off of god-forsaken moons. He splits the ring into 2 perfect cycles. It's hard to hit civilization when there's so much space to pass through. We need to escape the bounty hunter. Even though I love his shirt, he has a pretty fancy shirt. We stay silent. We don't speak to him. He reaches over to slide the rings around your wrists. We need to try and flee. Ouch. Okay. Let's work this out. So we failed the mission of disabling the tracker, I suppose. Yep. Yep, the tracker will be the end of us, I agree. I have an idea. How about on the way back to the ship we stop for a drink? This better not be one of those where you do a dramatic pause and then try to jump me. Although, I got myself thinking, what's the rush? Here we are in one of the most lawless joints in the surrogate systems, and we are heading for the exit. Okay, here's the idea. You and me, we make a little agreement. Here are the terms. You run, or leave, or try to abandon the eye, I shoot you. You plot or scheme, you try to kill me, I shoot you. But you come meet me at an establishment of my choice every few cycles and you pay my tab, I don't shoot you. You don't pay my tab, you get the idea. I get the idea. It's a weird deal. Compressor Club. Okay. Okay. Pay Ethan's tab. Stupid Ethan. So every 4 turns, the guy will rack up a bill which we have to pay for. Or we die. No rush. Ah, shit. Okay, but we have to extract the past, so we have to hack a Heaven Age agent, which, if I remember correctly, needed a 2, and we have all but a 2, because we are that lucky. Yeah, they need a 2. Yatagan agent, that's not what we need. We need a stupid Heaven Age agent. Heaven Age agent. Another 2. Now, technically, I could have spent... It's too late. I could have spent an experience point to get a +1 to interface and thus transform the 1 into a 2, but for some reason I can't do that any longer, so that's a moot point. Okay. We can just work at the stupid... at a stupid ship, then. I don't want to risk a 1. It's already dangerous enough as it is, like this. Fuck. Yeah, we got damaged. It doesn't really matter, because in any case whenever we are back, we will use our stabilizer to heal up to full. So that was not the worst. And actually, maybe, you know what, 50-50. No joy. No joy could be had today. We use up the 4s and 5s. We have +2. And another +2. Okay. Plus also we get money because sorry, because that stupid tab is gonna be super high. Okay. We have to take the drug to patch ourselves up. There we go. And the cycle. We need a 2. A stupid 2. Come on. On 5 dice, we need 1 2. Oh, and we have it. Thank God. Okay. 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 Now, this will also mean another encounter with the hunter, because apparently we can't get a break. But it is what it is. It's a Havenage, right? Yeah. Okay. Hello. Hide. Hunter is here. Nice. Fudge. Ah. And we got 2 damages. Ugh. Fuck. Hack the shipyard and slot the Reaper worm. Slot the Reaper worm. Ripper. Maybe it will need some time to do his thing. Fangs Bay. Oh yeah, it will take three cycles to do the thing. Okay. Buy scrap. I don't want to buy scrap. Also, we got some miserable rolls. Enter the spoke. Spoke climber. Scale the spoke. So 2 skills we don't have with bad rolls. Huge. That's miserable. With the 2 stupid ones, we need a safe action, and we don't have any safe action to possibly quote-unquote waste the ones on. Also, we have to eat. Oops. See, these are all risky. Even block maintenance. The +1 doesn't make any difference. That's why having a +2 is great. But we has no +2. We can't has it. You know, fudge it. Fudge it. Okay. Ooh. 2 times lucky. This is weird. And of course we failed the 25%er. Understandable. But we get rewarded with a +2. Also, you know what? Let's experiment. Let's fix ourselves up with scraps. So I want to see how much durability we regain. 1. And then we need another 1. Because this way we still have 5 dice tomorrow. Okay. And the cycle, and we save the stabilizer for another day. Oh, hallelujah. Can I have an hallelujah? Okay. I mean, fives would have been nice as well. I have no idea if it's worth it. Because we could use these 3 6s to basically guarantee the success of this area, which we haven't uncovered yet. So you know what? I'll take the guaranteed successes where I can. And the rest we work with the ship. Midline freight hub. Steal a shipment. Freight operator. Ascend to hub. Pass import export. Matsutake. Mushroom. Apparently, people in this place are crazy about mushrooms. To reach the Greenway, we need to pay 150. Ugh. Get Sabine out. Sucky suck. Okay. Another crit. You know what? Let's patch ourselves up. And let's do another cycle. See what happens. Okay, 2, 2, 4, 3, 4. Crap. Starving. Okay. Money. Goodbye, money. Also, I have no idea how to get those Girol crabs. But we know of course, now we needed a 1 here. Okay, this is where all the ones need to go. Or would need to go. Because they are not going anywhere. Because we don't have them. Also, I have no idea if these encrypted keys are useful or not. So I guess I will just spend my time building building the ship. I can accept 1 failure. Okay. Ooh, lucky. Okay. The ship is being built. Actually, we might finish it tomorrow. We have a lot of cash. And let's go to bed. Tomorrow, we're gonna have to say goodbye to a lot of our money. How much? It's too early to tell, but it's gonna be a lot. And tomorrow... Now, you know what? Yes. I got rich by working on the ship. But now I'm gonna get poor because I have to pay the tab for the bounty hunter who is here to kill me. And if I don't pay his tab here... I die. Okay, 56. Could have been worse. 58, actually. Could have been worse. Could have been worse. But in 2 cycles, I will have to pay him again. I can't believe you just did that. I mean, if I didn't, you killed me. Usually they run. Maybe. I have no idea. There is a possibility. There is a possibility. See, this again is the point. You could just run away from your contract, because apparently, like, we were humans, we like sold our human bodies to the corporation, and somehow they like uploaded our consciousness into these androids. But yeah, it's seedy. I mean, this bounty hunter is literally telling us, yeah, I wouldn't kill you for a while if you pay my tabs, so... Play human for a cycle or 2? You don't understand. It's you, Sleeper, that don't understand. Yeah, moms are wise. You should always listen to your mama. Yeah. Moms are usually right. Okay, yes, I will get rid of that tracker, don't worry. But hey, we completed another drive, apparently. Now, I decided that I want to go for the +2 engineering. So we need to save 1 more point to get the +2. And then the next one, we will go with +1 interface. But I like the idea of getting a +2. At least 1 +2. It seems a good idea. Okay. Now we got to improve our quest here. Maybe here is where we get the extra XP. As you arrive, let's go. Follow. Sorry for the hurry, but we have something of an opportunity. The data you ripped, well done by the way, tells me Harding is making a rare inspection of the Sidereal Horizon this cycle. It's the perfect chance to confront him outside of that compound he hides in. I know what the Sidereal Horizon is, I've been working on that ship. Confront him is the part that worries me the most. That's right, it's the perfect time. Fang slows and slips into a dark service tunnel where somewhere in the black a water pipe drips. It's him, Sleeper, the same Harding Hurst. Yeah, so we go say, hey, you are still the guy alive from 1,000 cycles ago, huh? It's gonna go brilliantly. Our worm ripped out decades of records that mention him by name, an entire trail of documentation from the first days of the Solheim collapse until now. He wrote out the whole thing, slipped into Heaven Age when it first broke off from the Union. I need you to understand something about Solheim, Sleeper. I don't know what you know about the collapse. Nothing. But it wasn't as instant as it sounds. It wasn't like Solheim was here, running the station one day, and the next Ernest Union took power. Back then, Solheim knew this place was slipping away from them. As the palladium market collapsed, they tried to keep the contractors here working. The pay got smaller, the costs higher. People like my parents were forced to work non-stop just to keep a berth on the station and water in their tanks. This is also kind of like the, I don't know, Gold Rush-ish story, in a sense. Solheim squeezed every last worker until the mistakes, the accidents, were coming in non-stop. And as new waves of contractors came in, desperate to work, Solheim welcomed them, taking bribes instead of checking pilot licenses. The whole time Solheim was folding up, dragged into court cases in the central systems, while this severed limb of a station still desperately tried to take all it could. The riots came after the collision at Dock 2. A young pilot, his MEV, overloaded with palladium, miscalculated his trajectory and took out a section of the ring. Hundreds died, thousands panicked. My parents told me people were terrified and the blame fell squarely on Solheim. People like to tell stories about Erlin, how he brought the factions together, spoke to the crowds, turfed out Solheim. Maybe that's true, but my mother, pregnant with me, locked herself in their MEV and welded it to the dock, while my father joined the improvised crews trying to seal up the ragged edges of the gap. He never came back. Lucky. They sealed it up, though, and by the time they did, Solheim was gone, abandoning every one of us to the black. Apart from shits like Hardin, shits who held their place, rode it out, and slipped into the new structure like nothing had changed, standing shoulder to shoulder with those they had exploited at every step. Now, there is a very famous Italian book called Il Gattopardo. Now, I have no idea how to translate that. Like, imagine it's the name of an animal, okay? And the basic gist, the basic moral of the story, which is always used to explain how power basically keeps, shuffling to just remain in power, is that, like, the tagline is everything has to change in order for nothing to change. And the best translation of Gattopardo is the Adaptoid. Well, yeah, in a sense. Everything has to change in order for nothing to change. And again, is usually used like in politics, or just to describe, people in positions of power that just pretend to do reforms or just big shuffles, but in the end, the power structure remains the same. And that's a very, very, very famous book. It never occurred to me that, in a sense, we could, Adaptoid does make sense, not as a literal translation, but as a concept translation. That does make sense. Good find, Nicholas. And yeah, it's unironic, but it kind of drives the point home. Yeah. Now, how he's still alive? He's a robot. Clearly, you don't know much about executives. That kind of power comes with certain benefits. Fang rejoins the main passageway, which is now wide and glass-roofed. Through the ceiling you can see ships in mid-construction, their flanks lit by the flashes of plasma torches. The entrance to the shipyard is ahead. Now this is crazy, but I'm coming. I'm coming. I want to see this through. I believe this guy will die. I'm just sad that because, you know, he's the one supposed to disable my tracker. But then again, let's show this shithead some consequences. He strides to the shipyard entrance and pushes through the doors. A web of corridors lead through the complex, snatches of the construction bays always appearing through windows. Ships are suspending like whale corpses, skeletal, imposing. Fang seems to know exactly where he's going, and before long you cross into a huge dry dock locked to one side of the sidereal horizon. A network of platforms and scaffolding cling to the ship's hull, filled with workers and equipment. The sound is stretched out by the vast space, so that the welding, cutting, and sealing seems to come from everywhere at once. Both you and Feng spot them at the same time, a group walking slowly across a gantry, and at the front, two men, one gesturing towards the ship, and the other, stick-thin, cleanly dressed, with a shock of grey hair. You and Fang say his name in unison, and Fang sets off up the staircase to the gantry, with you following behind. As you come to the same level, the group is passing closer, the four men gesturing to the work being done throughout the dock, and Harding nodding along. Hardinghurst! Fang shouts across the noise, taking you by surprise. His voice bounces and comes back in a rippling echo. The figures turn. Yes? Harding asks quizzically, raising an eyebrow. Now, the character design, of course I'm going on a side tangent here. The character design is cute. It's a mixture of anime and Western style, but I think it's cute. I kind of like it. He glances between you and Fang, and you see his gaze linger on your body, unsure of why a sleeper might be in this place. You are a traitor, Harding. A Zolheim executive would try to hide here among his victims. Fang's voice is steady, strong. You stand for everything the Eye was rebuilt in the shadow of, against everything Erling stood for, everything Heaven Age stands for. You have no place on this station. For a moment, stillness descends on the group, as if everyone was held in place by the rattle of construction. Harding laughs. Well, good to meet you too. He glances around at those around him, some are smiling, the others nervous. You are from the systems branch, are you not? Asks Harding, inspecting Fang's clothing. You need to call your security. This man is a corporate agent. The foreman glances, his hands drumming at his sides. Harding leans towards him and says something inaudible. The foreman nods. Well, it's true. As you begin speaking, Harding turns his attention to you. And what would the sleeper know about that? You accuse me of being a corporate agent. What are you, if not exactly that? You are a product of SNR. You have no place in a Heaven Age shipyard. Who knows what signals you are sending back to your makers? Ah, he has a point. You guess right. I am systems, and I have records that link you directly to Zolheim right here. So, once again, I am asking you to take this man into the custody of the shipyard. If you have such data, why hasn't it been submitted at a members' meeting for proper review? I have nothing to hide. Unlike a man who does not announce his name, who enters my shipyard with corporate property in tow and tries to turn my own men against me. Okay, this didn't go well. You hear it now, the echoing sounds of boots on walkways coming from all angles at once and then settling behind you. Please, submit the data through the correct channels, then we can talk. For now, however, you must leave. Nice. So we failed miserably. Harding, you shithead. You can't wriggle out of this one. No. Fang, calm. You need to help me. Let's go. We didn't think that it would be this easy, right? We didn't think. It was a colossal failure. Fang is grinning. You know, Sleeper, sometimes people are exactly how you expect them to be. Something pings in his pocket and he takes it out. On the slate, a web of connections starts drawing itself out, stretching to a set of points around the ring. Got it. What's going on? I don't understand. Genuinely. Harding is doing what any snaky shithead always does, calling his friends. We are tracking his outgoing messages. The old ways are best. Spook them good enough and they'll give the game away. Oh, that's smart. He jabs at the slate and you see the web is being drawn over a map of the ring, lines bouncing from point to point. All these dots? These are Harding buddies, the ones he's messaging right now, and we are going to find them all. So you tricked me. Not exactly. You did good. Fang glances around and slips the slate back into his pocket. We'd better split for now, Sleeper, but this is exactly what we need. Good hunting. With a pat on your shoulder, Fang drifts away, back to the flow of people around the shipyard entrance. You watch him go, unsure whether to be angry or impressed. Why not both? Why not both? Also, we got the CP to get our +2 to engineering. Huge. Okay. Awesome. We can also finish building the ship, I guess. No, we need no chat. We needed the ones. We needed the ones to extract not Yagatans, to extract Yagatan's agents. Yep. One, and there was another. Another one, huge. Okay. And now that we have 3, we can get well, part of this quest moving forward. Because now we have 3 data, right? Yes. One, 2, and 3. Easy peasy. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Yatagan data uploaded, the air crackles with white noise. Sleeper? Sabine? A sigh of relief comes through the layers of noise. This has to be short. I don't know if Yatagan are monitoring me. Her voice is hushed, distant. You try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yatagan agent, there's something in it I don't understand. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Oh. has to be somehow baked into the wetware's interface, and that's not all. The systems compiling this data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. What? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you these foot soldiers have no idea this is going on. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. Okay, I need a few cycles to pull this all together, but this might be the information I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Who is Yannick? He's one of the heads of Yatagan. They pause. It's better you don't know him. Keep it that way. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Okay. So there are a lot of concurring stories. For now, we are kind of keeping up with all of them at the same time, like a good juggler. I'm not sure if we can keep this up for the rest of the game, but again, it's interesting. See, now a hefty +2 engineering, huge. There. I take the guarantee result. Okay, we finish the cycle here. Your crew slowly filters out the shipyard locker room, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There is excitement in the air. Avanage just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat on the locker room bench, you can feel the sidereal out there, its hulking mass now intimately familiar to you. Over the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones. Now it's ready for the final stage. It will go testing, then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it's deemed suitable for its generational trip. But for now, your work is done. You can't help but feel proud. Hello, Lem. Where's Mina? You two are fast friends. She's being watched at home. Oh, okay. By the way, thank you, but still he hasn't shelled anything. Okay. You're confident now, Len? Okay. Okay, tell me about Kelly's. Once again, we don't trust by definition, we don't trust a corporation. It seems stupid. Have you ever been on a thunderstorm? I don't remember. It's something else. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke, a dry old rock in a Conway system, had 2 seasons. One of them was as dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other was one long storm, a side effect of the terraforming efforts, they said. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets. It washed the dust away, turned the streets to rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. The best day was the one where the first drops fell. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Mina's have never seen a storm, never ever felt rain. She's grown up here, the ring around the horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. Okay. Yeah, dude. Okay. Seen a few for the draw? Yeah. Okay. Also keep in mind that even if we win the ticket, we can't leave until we solve the situation with the bounty hunter that wants to kill us dead. You know, that little detail. Just a very, very, very little detail. Itsy bitsy little detail. Can we still work? No. So we have nothing to use our dice on. So we have to wait for a lot of quests. I don't want to spend 150 cryos because again, I don't know if I'll be able to make them. I could do this. 3 plus 2. Huge plus 2. Yeah, let's do this. We proceed this drive. Huge. And also we got, for some reason, we got free energy. So. You refit the long broken fans of a family's air filter. They insist you join them for dinner, and the children are delighted by your presence. See, every kid loves robots. Or cyborgs, or whatever we are. Everybody loves us. Now, tomorrow we'll still be on 4 dice. I guess we will just do that. And again, the idea is to use the next upgrade point to get a +1 to interface. We maxed out on engineering, and it remains to be seen if it will ever pay out or not. So currently, Sabine. So we have to wait for this. Wait for this. I have no idea how to progress this one, and we have to wait for this. So this is a bunch of a whole lot of waiting to be done. So we will pass the turn, and then I think I'm gonna call it for the afternoon part of the stream. As it's tradition, we're gonna take. I'm gonna take a small break, like around an hour or so, give or take, because then we have to go back to Terra Invicta. Now, the last session, the last Terra section was incredible. There was so much action. No matter how much, Renegade despises the action of Terra Invicta, there was so much of it. There was so much stuff going on. It was thrilling. Okay, I don't think there's another word for it. It was literally thrilling. I was almost shaking, and it was awesome, and I loved every minute of it. And today we have to find out what is gonna be the aliens' next move, because we just crushed one big invasion fleet. Actually, we took out in one fell swoop, like 16%, give or take, of the total enemy fleet strength, which is a big deal, I would say. And it was glorious. And but yeah, and we have to wait we have to wait and see what today will bring. We will proceed. We will move on with the story of this game of Sleepless Agent. No, Citizen, actually. Sorry, not Agent. Agent Sleeper. Citizen Sleeper. No, Citizen Sleeper. And see what happens. Again, this is an indie game. It's a story game. Like, it's an adventure game without cuties, basically. You still get to make some choices. Apparently, is not a game where, there are like branching storylines. But I still like the general vibe of the game with the thoughts about what it means to be a human, having feelings, etc., etc. I have no reason to believe that this is gonna be a super long game to complete. Again, I have no idea how long it takes. I have no idea, like, if tomorrow we're gonna finish the game already. But we're sure gonna give it a try. So, thank you so much for being here for the first part of today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. As usual, thank you so much to the old and new followers. I hope you enjoyed. I hope to see you later on for Terra Invicta. And if I don't, I hope to see you again on the stream soon enough. Again, tomorrow, early afternoon, as usual. We'll move on with part 2 of this game. So, until that time, or until later, please, as usual, be safe and ciao ciao.
In the neon glow of the midnight screen, our hero rises, living the dream. With the headset on and the heart so bold, Kratos is here, let the story unfold. From the depths of the dungeon to the skies above, he's the king of the game, it's what he knows. With every click he's breaking the mold. A warrior spirit can be controlled. Kratos, unleashing the night, streaming our battles, bringing the fight. With every level he's reaching for more. In the world of the gamers he's ready to soar. Kratos, the legend is real. With every stream he's stealing the deal. We're all tuning in, can't get enough. In this digital realm he's the master of love. From the first boss fight to the final score, he's got the